What is up, everybody? Hope everybody can hear me. 2 weeks off. I know, it's going to be tough. You got to get the audience back in here. Guys, please take a second to go ahead and let everybody know that we are live. I put the link in the chat. Tweet it out. Call a friend, a family member. Tell them Mooch is on. They can't wait. They were probably chomping at the bit for 2 weeks. But 2 weeks off, man. Vacation. You know, when you take a vacation... And I think a lot of you guys that are listening and listening later will realize this. When you take a vacation, sometimes you need a vacation from the vacation. You know, you come back and you're exhausted. It's a lot. There's a lot going on. But I was just talking to some great people. As you can see, look at this amazing panel here while I do a little bit of an intro. These guys were fantastic. We were doing a show within the show just a moment ago. And, you know, I missed a lot. That's why I'm going to have one of the topics I have here is grading Gamescom. I didn't get a chance to see Gamescom. I saw a little bit of the highlights. I'm interested to hear what the panel thinks. That'll be one of our topics tonight, as well as we have. I gave these guys 11 topics. We're probably going to hit 3 of them. We're probably hitting 3. And what's great is we've got some people that are here the first hour, and then they kind of have to go. And I have a couple people joining us the second hour. So the show's just going to kind of just blossom and grow. It's just going to be this natural, organic show that just happens. Okay, that's what happens when you come back after 2 weeks off. Guys, take a second, please. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. We've got to get the numbers up. We got to get these numbers up. And, you know, I'm going to do a poll throughout the show. I'm interested. I'm not saying we're going to do it because I want to do it, but I need to have the panel has to like it too. I'm just curious. Do you guys want to see a new format on CrossFire? And the format I'm talking about, of course, is on camera and having the cubes and people talking versus gameplay. I myself personally, when I podcast and I listen to podcasts, I'm listening to podcasts. I'm not generally staring at the screen per se. I'm usually doing something else while I'm listening to a podcast. I think that's what made podcasts such a big thing, is people multitask while they listen to podcasts. So I'm just curious. I'll do a poll, and I'm just curious what you guys think in the audience. And then I'll talk to the panel members, of course, as time goes on. But I was curious because the great Blaze 4K was on with us about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he goes, Mooch, you got to start doing some of those. I'm like, I'm on cam on Twitch, but I'm like, I don't mind doing it here. I just don't know if people care. You know, it's a podcast. I generally am listening to a podcast. I'm driving. You're mowing the lawn. You're cleaning the house. Maybe you're playing a video game, right? And you're listening to your podcast. So I'm curious what you guys think about that. But nonetheless, we have an outstanding panel I'm going to get to right now. And great topics. Take a look at that great description right there. Gives you a little synopsis of what we're going to talk about. The join button's right above it. Please go ahead and feel free to join the channel and become part of the Mooch Maniac family members. It means the world to me. And listen, this weekend, I don't know what it's going to be. Gears, or it's going to be just some Warzone and goofing around with the guys. I'm definitely going to do some streaming over on Twitch. I told you guys. And then we're getting ready for our road to Borderlands 4. We're going to do a lot of Borderlands 4 on Twitch. It's twitch.tv, Mooch TV, M00CHTV. Drop the O's for zeros. Guys, it's very, very easy. Hope you guys all come over and join. It's a lot of fun when we do it. That being said, you guys won't believe it, but he's here. He's here. The coach is here. All right? Football season hasn't begun yet. That's the only reason we were able to get him early. The great Basement Radio Arcade Podcast, a.k.a. Coach. Coach, welcome back to the show, buddy. How you doing tonight?
Doing great, Mooch. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay, because I'm doing this from my phone.
Sound great.
At my son's football practice. So I'm multitasking here.
Well, listen,
it's great to be back.
The audience thinks we're just kidding with the coach thing. We're not kidding, folks. We're not kidding. He's literally doing this on set, okay? He's not even home, and he's that dedicated. Brap, great to have you, buddy. Chime in when you can, and if you have to leave a little bit, leave, but come back. You know what I mean? You can pop in and out. You know that. You have the key to the show. So, that being said, I'll go to the great Death Singer. Death Singer, you are on fire again. I don't know if it's just Thursdays. I don't think it's just Thursdays. But you're absolutely on fire on Twitter. We'll see what happens tonight as the audience does love you. Death Singer, welcome back to the show, buddy. How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great. It was actually a surprisingly good Gamescom. And I know we're going to get into it, but I was actually shocked. And, you know, it's very busy. Critical Role announced Campaign 4 is coming. If you didn't know, I really love D&D. And Critical Role, obviously being the premier D&D show. And to Mooch's point, I don't watch what's on the screen. I just listen to it and play games.
Right.
So, and I do that with podcasts too, because it's like, well, I'm busy doing this, so I can't really watch you. I mean, I do have a second screen where I could put the podcast visually on, and then play the game on the main screen. But most of the time, Discord and stuff is open on the second screen. So I could put it there, but most of the time I just listen. So.
Well, there you heard it here first, folks. That's PC world problems right there when you're a PC gamer. So great to have you, Death Singer. But I do appreciate that. And honestly, I kind of agree with you. The great Nib is with us. He's back. Nib, I took a vacation. I'm shocked I didn't run into you somewhere out there in that great world. But great to have you, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad at all. I'm playing Blueprints while I'm talking, so hopefully the controller mic is okay.
The controller mic seems to be fantastic. I don't know how the hell you're pulling it off, honestly. It's like witchcraft, personally. But
I've got to say, the Discord integration is really good.
It's very good. It's very good, and it's been a lifesaver. I can't believe we went as long as we did without Discord integration on console.
But this
really
game is
crazy.
kicking my ass. I got a shovel. I was so happy. I don't know if you know, it's a puzzle game.
No,
I'm digging up all these bloody mounds of mud in my mansion, and it just keeps giving me tin cans and boots, and I'm like, I need coins and gems. Come on.
You really, Nip, I can't stand it. You play an array of games, and I see you post a lot of stuff on X, and then I'm like, maybe I should try that. I was going to pass on it, but maybe I should try that. And so it's great, though, but that's encouraging. It's the same thing. Shout out to the great Jay Barry and Persona. Those guys used to do the same thing, and they encouraged me to pick up the controller and play a game it would normally not make the roster, and it does. So Nip,
I will warn you, though,
yes.
Only do it if you're like really into puzzle games, writing notes, solving maths equations, and like I feel like a quarter of the game I've just been solving maths.
But I don't mind a good puzzle game. I'm a kind of
and subtraction and this and that. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I'm back at school.
I kind of dig it. I can wrap my mind around that. I love it. No, honestly, Nib, I'm going to check that out. Shout out to the great Full Sweat Tryhard. He says, "Welcome back, Mooch. Great to be back, guys." And like I said, I know that the audience is going to kind of shuffle in here, and it's the first. I didn't do a whole lot of advertising earlier this week that we were going to be back. I did put it on the YouTube page. I did kind of put it out there on X today, but it'll take a couple weeks to get the audience back. Nonetheless, guys, tweet it out, let everybody know we're here. The great TCMF is with us. TC, let me tell you something, buddy. Also, very difficult. He's a traveling man, and it's great to have him with us. TC, I know I only have you for a limited amount of time as well, but I got to tell you, it's great to have you here. And for the first two topics, I'm very excited to hear what you have to say, because when it comes to the audience out there and the people on X and everybody on social media, I know that you're silent, but I can feel not the anger, but the excitement to respond, and you're going to get that opportunity tonight. TC, how you doing, buddy? Great to have you back.
I'm doing good. Just reeling in from getting back from Germany, because I was at Gamescom last week. Yeah, Gamescom. Can you hear my screen right now? I mean, my controller.
I hear something in the background.
Okay, let me pause this. No, I'm playing Sword of the Sea.
Okay.
Oh, I love that game, dude. I loved it so much.
I love Journey, and I saw it looked like Journey. I started literally playing it today, and I'm like, this is Journey 2.0.
Yes, it
so
is.
You got me.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
I was at Gamescom. Great show. Insanely huge over there. It's ridiculous to walk through those floors. So I just got back like Monday. So right now I'm just kind of getting back to normal Canada time versus
right.
Germany time.
Well, yeah. A lot of us had that, TC. I was over in Europe myself for a bit of that vacation, so I'm also getting used to New York time here.
Yeah.
So, and I got back right around the same time you did. Yeah, it's definitely, I'll tell you one thing, going over and adjusting when I got there was easy. It was it's definitely the way back home. That's a little bit different. Now it's hitting
that was a bit different for me, because like I got over there, I was up till like 2-3 a.m.
Yeah.
So many nights just because I couldn't sleep. And then by the time I was like getting maybe slightly adjusted, I was coming back here, and now I'm back here, and I'm just like, I'm like a bit groggy. I don't know if that comes across on the voice, but yeah.
No, buddy. Listen, I got news for you. I recommend an espresso or some sort of a macchiato. That'll help really perk things up, TC. But we'll keep you awake. I promise you. We keep it loud here on Crossfire. But great to have you, TC. Shout out to Rob. I see Rob Jones. Why does it say you're at Cat2830? You're Rob. But he says, Mooch, chat and panel, what's up? Crossfire's back. Yes, it is. Great to see you here. As well as Ghost Zero. He says, what do you say? I am ready for week 1. Fly, Eagles, fly. Why are there so many darn Eagles fans out there? But we love you being here in the chat. I'll tell you that much. Shout out to you guys. The Mag is here. Mag, listen, I don't know. I go away for 2 weeks. and all of a sudden you become this. You got your gaming streams, you've got your videos, you got your podcast with Colt, you've got now you're doing a cooking show. I mean, I can't keep up with you, Meg. I really can't. You pretty soon you're not a YouTube channel anymore. You're just going to be like, YouTube is going to owe you money for just even showing up. Okay, I don't know how the hell you're doing it, but it's great to have you, Meg. How you doing this evening, buddy?
I'm doing awesome. Yeah, I got a lot going on. I got a lot of gaming. The channel's going berserk. I even started the Magcast. I'm getting 1,000 people.
Yes.
Watch my last one. Fantastic. It's a one-man show.
Congrats.
Completely unhinged. Hey, our Rob was actually there yesterday too. And anyways, doing a lot of gaming though. My God, like this is it. This is the title fall that we've been waiting for. And I just got the platinum on Mafia: The Old Country. I did a cooking video on Mafia: The Old Country. We've got Gears of War right now. We got Helldivers. Of course, we got Borderlands coming up.
Oh wow.
I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Right.
Lost Soul side, it keeps going. Yeah,
that's right.
Insane.
Lost Souls. Like it's wild.
Metal Gear Solid. Come on. It doesn't end. It doesn't end.
There's too much stuff going on, but there's a lot to talk about. And listen, I know you missed Gamescom on CrossFire. We need to talk about that. I thought the show was fantastic. If you cut through the fluff and you get right to all the announcements, it was actually a really stellar performance that they had over those couple days. But we'll talk about that. We'll get into it. But either way, let's get into the show, man. We got
absolutely. I think between UTC and Detzinger, maybe I'm going to start with a bit of that because I think it's really an opinion piece on that. And we'll get into it. Wooly Gamer's with us though. Wooly, listen, I know it's also very early for you over there, but listen, this is nothing for you. Wooly's a veteran at this point. Wooly says, hey, if you got a seat open, I said, absolutely, buddy. Great to have the great Wooly Gamer back, buddy. How you doing tonight?
I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of old now. I'm like I'm nearly 33, and these late nights, 33. Bro, like they're taking the toll now. I'm not quite at Mag's stage, but I'm getting there, bro.
Wooly, let me tell you, yeah. You know, before I actually already slept and I woke up. So earlier I was supposed to give my little one a bath, right? And my wife could see I'm waning. I'm like on the sofa, like my head's nodding away. And she's like, come on, babe, just push through. She's like,
the game.
Stay away. I'm like, yeah.
Hey, bro, the games pay. I tell you. But for real, I don't know how you manage all this disrespect, Mooch. All these guys on the panel, these dirty casuals just playing video games instead of being solely focused on the podcast at hand. And there I am, right alongside with them playing No Man's Sky.
Oh, man.
Wooly, don't you know, though, what they say about men? We're great at multitasking.
Yeah, we are surprisingly
so
good
true.
when it's to do with things that we find interesting. 100%.
That's a great way to put it, Wooly.
But yeah, this new update with No Man's Sky, bro, it just got me giddy like a little kid again. I was so excited to build my Corvette, and like I've just been experimenting. Like I've been climbing on the outside of the ship whilst in hyperdrive, and like seeing the universe, like the galaxy, like passing me by as I'm blasting off into space, and then I'm diving onto a planet from outer space. And what else was I doing? I was doing some crazy stuff with like just experimenting in the game to see what things you can do. And I was thinking to myself, flipping out, you know what? Starfield could never. Absolute never. Like, it's so good, bro.
No Man's Sky is the gift that keeps on giving every couple of months. It's unbelievable.
It's insane, bro. And I'm really excited for Helldivers 2 on the 2nd of February. I think the new update's coming out. Is it the 2nd or the 4th? I can't remember. But basically it's like this underground cave network that you're going to be it's going full Earth Defense Force, bro. It's going full Earth Defense Force. And currently, I still think Earth Defense Force is the undefeated king when it comes to horde shooters. There is just something about that franchise that is just absolute, pure, unadulterated fun and incredible diversity of weapons and variety of weapons. Like, it's just nuts. And I think Helldivers is kind of getting a bit inspired by EDF. And they're going full underground against the Terminids. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's exciting times to be a gamer. I'm very much looking forward to Kronos when that comes out. I'm absolutely hyped to play Metal Gear Solid Remake when I eventually get it. And there's just so many, like, that's my favorite video game of all time. That's no secret. Metal Gear Solid 3 is I've got a Metal Gear Solid 3 tattoo. It was the very first tattoo I ever got was a Metal Gear Solid 3 tattoo on my arm, because that's how much I love that game. And it's like I'm just I'm disappointed with the performance of it all, but it's not gonna hamper my fun by any means.
No, well, Willie,
I'm
I'm glad you went through an array of games. I think, it's funny. I don't think we've done this in the history of CrossFire, but after talking to everybody and the way that I know that some of the topics are going to kind of divulge and really take up a lot of time, while I do have, I forgot, TC told me 2 weeks ago, I asked him before I went on vacation, I said, TC, can you join us? And he goes, listen, I'm going to Gamescom. And he's like, I'd love to come on the show, but I can't. I'm leaving in a day. I said, all right. He was there. Let's get right into that. TC, I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to go right through a couple of the ones. Wooly, Mag was kind of talking about. Dessinger was touching on it. TC, let's help me here. Grading Gamescom is kind of what I'm calling this segment here. I didn't get a chance to see a lot of it. What really stood out for you being there on the floor? What was the presence like, and how did it separate itself from Summer Game Fest?
So I watched opening night live stream. I didn't watch it at the event. I was on the floor the second day, but opening night live is like its own thing, and then the show floor opens.
Right.
The show itself I thought was pretty good. The thing about it is, like, I feel like some people go in with certain games that they need to be there. It's really funny to still see people expecting GTA 6 everywhere. I don't understand. I think it's a troll at this point. I don't think it's legitimate.
I agree.
People kind of expect it everywhere. But in terms of highlights from the show, I can go into the show, and I got hands-on time with a good chunk of games. I can get into that as well. I got into a bit of that on X, but like I had like an actual big list because I liked a good chunk of the games that were on there, like Toxic Commando. I'm a zombie shooters fan. I actually got to play that as well. Valor Mortis. I love Ghost Runner 1 and 2. I love the Hell DLC from Ghost Runner 1.
Yes.
Valor Mortis is their newest game. I got to play that as well, and it's good. Resident Evil 9, we got a short snippet of it at Gamescom, but afterwards they had like a full demo. That was pretty cool as well. Like I'm very excited for Resident Evil. I just need them to reveal Leon already. Just I know it's a rumor, but it's there. It's there. I'm like, I'm just time to reveal that. I don't really care much about Black Myth, but I know a lot of people were excited about the sequel being announced. I have something here called Delta Force, but I'm forgetting what the hell that is.
It's like a Battlefield clone.
Yeah, it's like that free to play.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I downloaded it. I don't know if I played it. I think it's out. It came out during Gamescom. And Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, that was like an insane highlight. That was probably MVP of the show for so many people. It was, and the thing about it is that energy was online and that energy was at the show. Like if you go to the Batman Lego booth, it's insane how many people are. Maybe people like Lego games that much, but there was a lot of people for the Batman game. Silent Hill F, Onimusha, Way of the Sword, Ninja Gaiden 4, Chronos: The New Dawn. All games that popped up there, and some of them are coming out soon. I think for some people that maybe would have disappointed in some aspects of the show, were expecting, like, I don't know, some people who are expecting maybe Sony first party to show up at Gamescom, even though PlayStation said we're not going to be there. Like, they weren't even on the show floor. They didn't even have a booth on the show floor. Like, Xbox was there, but PlayStation was there in like some aspects, and they had the InZone branding over there as well. They were like heavily promoting that over there. They had their whole booth and situation over there.
Okay.
But I don't know if people really want to hear the games that I got to play. I'm not sure if you want to just move to somebody else, but I can talk about that as well.
Why don't you roll down the list, and then I want to hear what Mag or Deathsinger have to say, because I know that they were pretty vocal about Gamescom.
So I got to play Toxic Commando, and Toxic Commando, like I know when somebody sees the trailer, I'm a sucker for zombie shooters. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not tired of zombies.
Me
I
neither.
can play zombies anything. Yeah, I know. I don't know what this trend of are you guys not tired? I'm not tired. All right.
No.
So I saw Toxic Commando, the trailer, like I don't know, it was like 2 years ago. It was supposed to come out in 2024, I think originally, and now it's early 2026. I got to play it. I went into a room. I got in with like 3 other random dudes, and it was just jokes. I wasn't even playing for that long. I was playing for like 20 minutes. It was just I was laughing. I was having a good time. And the unique thing about this game, Toxic Commando, versus some other zombie shooters like Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood, is the car. The car is like your savior in the game. You need to, fix the car. There's gas that you need to put in the car. Like, I don't know if anybody's played transit here. When you get on the bus and you need to upgrade the bus to help you get around the path.
This is sounding like it's up Death Singer's alley. Death Singer, this has got your name written all over it, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if you've seen the trailer. They don't really highlight the car as much on the trailer, but like when you're playing it there. Oh well, check out Toxic Commando if you're a zombie shooter and like this unique aspect.
In the part, so it's funny.
Oh yeah, I saw that at the show. Right, that okay, yeah, that's the Toxic Commando thing.
The reason I thought that you would like it, Death Singer, is you're one of those big fans of actually much like State of Decay, right? I'm not comparing the two games by no means. I'm just saying where you go out, you have to do what you have to do as far as shooting, killing, but then you have to revitalize your camp, or in this case, it's the bus or the vehicle. You know what I mean? I don't know. I thought that would be more in your kind of cup of tea. I don't mind that at all.
I mean, it was a nice showing at the show, but carry on.
Beyond that, what else did I get to play? Beyond that, I got to play Phantom Blade Zero. That was the second time I actually got to play it. I played it at Tokyo Game Show last year, the first time. It was great. I got to play it at Gamescom as well. And the second demo is exactly what I wanted after playing the first demo. The first demo felt like just back-to-back boss battles, which is fun. The bosses are very creative and it's fun. But I'm like, it needs more meat. You need actual moving around. And in the second one, they have different paths you're going around. It's still kind of a linear game, but your paths you're going around, optional mini bosses that are just kind of you can ignore them or you can take them on. They have NPCs just kind of sharing lore around the map and stuff like that. I wanted to get into that, but I'm like, I don't know the story. I asked the guy, can you tell me about the story? He's like, yeah, we're not sharing that at this point. So I'm listening to this guy yap on about some lore NPC, and I'm just like, I have no clue what you're talking about, man. But it sounds cool. The gameplay was great. You got 3 bosses to fight in there. The demo was like an hour and something.
When's it releasing?
It was a. I asked that question. I'm like, I was trying to lean into it. I was like, I'm hearing it's fall 2026. He's like, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Right, I'm like, you can't nudge it anywhere. He's like, no, I can't say anything about that. He couldn't say anything about the story, the release time frame. But we've been like, if back in 2024, I think it was the director or something like that. He said it'll take another 2 years or something like that. I forgot what the exact quote was, but it's probably a late 2026 release. I'm actually looking forward to that. Like I played it twice now. Like it's up my alley. Another game that surprised me was Crimson Desert. This is a game that I've seen, but I've never really, gotten I've never really paid attention to it as much. The developers once you get on the Gamescom list as a creator, you get bombarded with emails. So the developers invited me to play Crimson Desert, and I was impressed. The game it's like an open war. Lord of the Rings type of thing, just an open field of just people fighting each other left and right, that you can ride your horse through them and stab people left and right as you get to your next mission, or you can just jump in between all of these people and start just hammering away at a bunch of people. It's like Shadow of War. Shadow of War had that type of. It's not a nemesis system. I'm not trying to get anybody gassed up. It's not a nemesis system. It's just that type of vibe, in terms of a field, enemies fighting left and right. You get in, you're doing combos. The only thing that maybe is a downside for it for some people is the controls are a bit complicated when you get into
I
it.
do have a question for that.
Yeah.
How was the frame rate, and what was it playing on? Because what I've been looking forward to this game, but every time they've shown it, that frame rate has looked spooky. So how is the frame rate?
So I'm like I didn't notice it to be as much. There's some hitches here and there. There was actually bugs that I noticed where I was fighting the boss, and then for some reason when I died, I came back. The boss was outside the arena. The developer had to come in and then go outside the door, lure the boss back into the arena so we could continue our fight. I'm like, what? It's a work in progress. I didn't really get bothered by the frame rate. It was playing. I think it was on a PC. I was playing with a DualSense, but like it was the machine was inside of a box. It's a day and night difference compared to Phantom Blade, where they had a PlayStation 5 Pro right in front of you. This thing was running on a PlayStation 5 Pro right there, right next to the TV. I didn't notice it to be that bad, but I know PC gamers are very, sensitive to FPS counts. So I don't know if you're playing at 240 hertz and, you're like, I noticed a split second something was wrong. I personally didn't like see that as much because I was mainly just kind of focused on getting into the game, because once if I don't know if they're going to change the controls, but like just to give you an example, there's many spots where you have to pick up a flag, a pole, put it in some place to give morale to the soldiers that are on the field. It's also another cool thing. You can command your army when you're battling. Like you can ask them to shoot like arrows, I think it was, and they can bombard the enemies in front of you. Like it's a big war, open field.
So let me ask a question real quick. So I want to see. So Meg and Death Singer, and I'm saying that I don't know if Nib or Wooly got a chance to catch it. I'm not sure if Brap did either. But do you guys have any questions for TC? Because he was there on the floor. And I'll start with the first question. It's not fair to just throw it to them. My first question for you, TC, is you said it was such a big deal with the Gamescom opening night live. When I was on the road for vacation, I did pay attention, and I as soon as it was over, I scrolled through X, and not naming any names, but everybody was like, snooze fest, that was not fun. The show, a lot of people, the consensus, I thought, this was me reading it, not the actual, was that it wasn't great. Detzinger, did you think that was the consensus on X, that it wasn't a great showing? I was seeing like a lot of C's and D's in the grades.
Yeah, I was. The funny thing is, it was an A for me.
It sounds great from what TC's saying.
Well, it was borderline S because they actually showed games I'm interested in and like stuff that I actually want. So I had to give it a good grading because, like, for example, not a lot of people will probably care about World of Tanks getting its 2.0 update, right? But that is a massive change for the game, and I'm super excited for September the 3rd because I'm back in. This brought me back to the game, and they also announced World of Tanks Heat, which is like a hero shooter with tanks. Which is wild to me, but I am totally down. Sign me the fuck up. But the other standout was, obviously, another one not a lot of people talked about was Dawn of War 4. Now, if you're a massive RTS fan, you'll know the Dawn of War franchise. You'll know it's huge. It's a classic. Everyone loves it. It's a perfect example of a modern strategy game. And problem is, Dawn of War 3, they kind of microtransactioned you to hell. They went away from what we actually wanted as gamers. But now they've announced, obviously, Dawn of War 4, and it's got a brand new developer behind it, which was needed. They needed to change developers because Relic lost their way, garbage. So I'm super excited for that. Also, another one, this is what gave it the A for me, was Europa Universalis 5. Now, I guarantee you no one knows what the hell that is. And it's a grand strategy game. Basically, you get to, conquer the world and all that. So these are the kinds of things I was looking at. So, of course, I had to give the show... And obviously, you have the big headliners. So you have the new game from Black Myth, Zhong Kui, I guess?
Songhua, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But like that was a nice reveal because I like Black Myth Wukong. But like, yeah, it was overall for me. This is the first time in I don't know how many years I gave them above a 4, because all the time Gamescom has always been like a 3 or 4, because it's always shown some trash.
It's not just that, but to be honest with you, it's shown mainly a repeat of what E3 was back in the day, or now what Summer Games Fest is. That's why I think the excitement was low.
Now they have a whole bunch of these like big and first time announcements. It's like, I didn't even know a Dawn of War 4. I thought Dawn of War was done. Like the studio was in trouble, but hey, we're back. So, I mean, then what else? You also had some good games. You had the studio behind Ghost Runner. I think it was Valor Mortis.
Yes, Valor Mortis, yeah.
Valor Mortis looks incredible. I loved Ghost Runner, so...
I got to play that too.
Oh, you did? How was it?
I got to play that too. What should we call it? I love Ghost Runner 1 and 2. I don't know why I don't understand why the studio doesn't have more people like behind them. It's really weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's both phenomenal games. Valor Mortis is a very different game than Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner, you go in, you die. That's like you get hit once, you die. Valor Mortis is more Souls-like, because it literally has like a Souls aspect to it, where if you die, you lose your resources. You have to go reclaim them, but the checkpoints are healthy enough where you're not tearing off your hair. But the combat was pretty fun. It's like a mix of BioShock and like Souls-like combat. You have like your left hand that has like your abilities, fire. Your right hand, you have your sword. You can switch your left hand to a gun or fire. You can switch that on the fly, and you can use the sword. You can parry, you can block. And when I was playing it, I was impressed how smooth it was, because like this is an early testing of it, and they do plan on releasing it next year. But like it felt great. Crimson Desert is going to release early next year. I think that one was it. And that one had like bugs, but Valor Mortis was very clean. It is. If you like Ghost Runner, it's not the same.
I'm not surprised, because you look at Ghost Runner 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that this studio does quality, so it's no surprise that I expect quality, so I'm getting some quality. And then they the usual big games, like of course Silk Song is a thing. Of course I'm going to be playing it. Of course they have to officially announce it's coming. And Cult of the Lamb, just little stuff like that. So overall, it was a really, really, really fantastic show.
So wait, so what did you give it as a grade, Dessinger? We're gonna go through here real quick, because I do want to get to a couple more topics. Yeah, go number or letter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do. We can translate.
8.5 out of 10.
All right, 8.5. Meg, you said you were very interested in what was going on with Gamescom, and I'm sure you did a bunch of videos going over it on the Magcast as well. So, Meg, what'd you think? You heard what TC was saying, and it sounded, to me, I got to be honest with you, maybe it's because he was there firsthand, got the chance to play them. Sound pretty good.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, with what Death Singer actually just said, what was interesting is that usually Gamescom is the hangover from E3 or the Summer Games Fest kind of thing. So basically, when everybody was walking in there year after year after year, everyone is expecting, all right, guys, here's the big announcements. They're going to cut. And then there would be no announcements.
That's right.
It would just be a supplementary show of what they had already showed 2 months prior or whatever, right? But this year shocked me. And now the thing is, I understand how people say, like, I watched a bunch of people's videos and reviews of the opening night and all that kind of jazz.
Right.
And everybody's like, oh, it was disappointing. It was boring. It was this, it was that, whatever. However, if you cut through the fluff, you cut through all the mobile games that pay Jeff Keighley's bills.
Yes.
Because let's face it, that's exactly what's paying his bills, all right?
That's right.
So he's going to advertise all that stuff. If you cut through all the bull crap and you get right down to it, there were a lot of great games that were shown here. And then, of course, you've got the hands-on with Resident Evil Requiem, which is one of the biggest games of the entire show. And then everybody was talking about it. It was a big deal. It still is a big deal. People still talk about it now. But, of course, the bigger one is, of course, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Nobody saw this coming. I mean, I didn't see it coming, and a lot of people I talked to had no idea this game was coming. I mean, the fact that you're going to give us an open world, I mean, it's going to be a Lego game plus an open world or whatever else. It's going to be a huge open world. The fact that you gave us a Lego Batman game with Arkham-style combat, with the counters and all that kind of jazz, and like the combos and all that shit. And then they did that, and then on top of that, you give us stealth in a Lego game. First of all, I don't even know how the hell that's going to work. Because every time they walk, they make that funny clinking noise when they walk. But it doesn't matter. The point is, you've given us all the aspects of an Arkham game, and the thing is that makes it so interesting is that like, a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is it. This is it." It's not about that. It's people are hyped about a Lego game. I think they're hyped about the fact that this is the game that what's his face there they should have made instead of Suicide Squad. And as a result of that, I think people were hungering for an actual Arkham style game, and they just got it in Lego form. So I think it's a combination of both that made that so big. But I think I'm going to skim over a bunch of the other games because there were so many games. I mean, Onimusha, Way of the Sword, that was a big one.
Yeah.
They showed the Ghost of Yotei multiplayer situation. That was all right.
Oh yeah. No, don't say that's all right. Don't do that.
I'm saying it's all right. I'll tell you why it's all right. Because like Uncharted is a fantastic game, but I only played the multiplayer for like 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like I'm there to play the single player experience.
Don't. If you want to get into this, we can get into this. You kind of hitting some sensitivity here.
Let me tell you, bro. You can't be an Xbox. You can't be a former Xbox fanboy, right? and disrespect a multiplayer game of the caliber of Uncharted multiplayer. That multiplayer is one of the best, like flipping multiplayer modes going. The level of customization and
I would have said, okay, all right. I would have said Last of Us though. If I were to pick a multiplayer game like Factions,
is the best multiplayer from PlayStation.
Was criminally underrated.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that was criminally underrated by the masses. But like,
I still
like
play it to this day.
All right, well there you go. But look at Assassin's Creed. Like they had the multiplayer modes. They were functional. They were good. They were fun for a little bit. But everybody's there to play the single player experience. I'm there to play. You're making
bad comparisons, man. You're making bad comparisons. Don't compare. Assassin's Creed's multiplayer was always ass. Like that is just an ass.
No, that's not what I'm. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that these are single player games primarily. And those things are supplemental. I'm just saying it was okay. Like for me personally, it was okay because I'm there to play Ghost of Yotei single player, just like I played Ghost of Tsushima single player. I didn't play any of the other modes. I got my platinum twice. Once on the PS4, once on the PS5 Director's Cut. I will get the platinum again on this one. I may dabble here and there, but there's not enough time in the day because you know what? There's so many great games coming. Ninja Gaiden 4, another great one. Onimusha, I kind of scraped over that. Onimusha is a big one for me. I'm a huge Capcom fan. Love those games. But Silent Hill F, also looking fantastic. I hear that it's more heavy on the combat as opposed to puzzle solving, which is okay with me because I'm just wrapping up Silent Hill 2 Remake. But the thing is, I'm finding that I find irritating about that game is the labyrinthine style of gameplay where you literally go back to the same room 756 times because you're just going up and down the same bloody hallway over and over solving puzzles. And I'm like, it's okay. And it's great atmosphere and everything else. Wonderful. However, this one seems to be more up my alley. Now, the interesting one, and this is the one that's going to cause the most grief, I think, for a lot of people, is I think the biggest disappointment out of there is when they showed the trailer for Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Didn't do well, did it?
Yeah. Come on. That must have been the highlight of the show. Negative or positive, that was pretty funny. I mean, the last time I saw the numbers, I'm sure Nibbles has the numbers on hand. I don't. However, the last time I saw it, it was 16 million views. It was 265,000 downvotes to 13,000 upvotes.
Oh, God.
That is remarkably bad.
It is.
Sorry, 33,000 upvotes. That is remarkable.
Yeah.
They got ratioed into oblivion from that trailer, whatever. I saw that they put out some press releases after that. So I think that even on a negative note, which is not something I really want to dwell on, but the negative note of it was that the talk of the town was still the fact that like this Black Ops 7 thing was like on the tip of everybody's tongue going, what the hell are these guys doing? Especially a week after the Battlefield 6 beta came out. But anyways, overall, the show was wonderful. Yeah. I thought that they showed a lot of great stuff, and like I said, if you cut through the bullshit, if you don't want to watch it, here's an option. This is something that I always say on my channel, and when I was talking about it with Colt. Here's the thing: don't watch the show live. Wait till like 5 hours later. Go to your favorite content creator and watch the abbreviation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you could watch the whole show in 20 minutes without any of the mobile games, without any of the games that Death Singer likes, that nobody else likes, and then I'm just kidding. But anyways, but in all seriousness, you want to cut through the 5 hour bullshit. go to your favorite content creator and watch the 20-minute recap. And then you get to watch all the announcements and trailers in one shot, and boom, there you go. And I know that's kind of like copping out a little bit, but at the same time, I did that with one of the nights, and I got everything I wanted to see.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a great show overall. And if they continue to do that, I think that they could completely supplant a Summer Games Fest as the show to watch for the summer if they continue with announcements like that.
Yeah.
I gave it an 8.5.
8? That's a great score. That's a great score.
Sorry, Hollow Knight Silk Song. That was another one.
Can we talk about that for a second? I'm just having a hard time with this, everybody. I think every time, not every time, maybe twice a generation, we take this one game and it's a good game, and we build it up, and we build it up, and we build it up. Like Hollow Knight was good, right? It was good, but like, is everyone really? Death Singer, I know you are. You've been talking about it for a while, and I'm not discrediting any. Are we making too much of this Silk Song? I mean, are we?
Mooch, I think it's because 7 years. It's been 7 years. I think that people are building it up. It's kind of like Star Wars Episode 7. You know what I mean? There was like 13 years between that and Return of the Jedi, or 17 years, and everybody made a big deal out of it, and then it turned out to be not that.
We've had Ori. We've had two Oris.
It made me laugh. You had people like
Prince of Persia.
Advertising how.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Willie.
You had people like advertising how smooth it runs on the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X, and I'm thinking I should flipping hope it runs smooth. It's a 2D platformer.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come
being
on.
Played on the most
Don't get me wrong.
Handheld PC.
It's fine that people are excited for it, but I mean, we've had a bunch of different games that are in this genre, this type of game, and everyone's just. I mean, I've seen every channel, large to small, talking about this Silk Song, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, all right. I'm like, I mean, especially it's coming out in the next 2 months with so many games we just mentioned that are going to be coming out, and everyone's like, well, I'm going to drop everything for Silk Song, and I'm like, are you really? Like, I don't know. I mean,
it's a good game. It'll be a good game.
Absolutely,
I guarantee you.
I know, but we're talking about it like it's like we're talking about it like certain channels talk about it like it's GTA 6, or been waiting for it forever, and it's that caliber. It's that I don't know. I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be fun. Whenever you go back and look at the some of the reviews for Hollow Knight, guys. Go back and look at that, because nostalgia is a hell of a drug, right? Everybody forgets. First thing people say with Hollow Knight is the map was a mess. I'd never played through that. Don't think you're going to get the platinum. It's 115 hours. I'll tell you, I really enjoyed it, but I'll never go back and play it again. It's like, everyone plays these games, then we wait 7 years, and then the nostalgia hits you. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like this is another one of those where I'm like, I'm almost tired of Silk Song, and it hasn't come out yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
It depends if you're looking forward to it. If you've been waiting for 7 years for the sequel, then of course you're going to be excited. It's like when Dawn of War 4, for example, got a name.
Mm-hmm.
I had the same feeling, because it was like, I thought the series was done. It's a wrap. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm never getting another Dawn of War again. It's a sad time. I'm going to go cry in the corner. All of a sudden, boom, Dawn of War is back. I'm like, what the fuck? Right. And of course, I'm going to be hype level through the roof. So people are like, well, are we going to get a second one? So mainly it's people who love the first one. They're hyping up the second one.
And that's fine. That's fine. But when you say hyping up, I think we're on a whole nother level of hyping up. I mean, this is a whole nother level of hyping up. My Lord. I mean, it's...
It sounds like...
I think some people
it sounds like Mooch has post-traumatic stress disorder from the first
Well, you know what it is? You know what bothers...
It was too hard for him.
It's the map. It's the map. I don't like... I'll give you this. Like, Ori is a game that I played through thoroughly, and I enjoyed it. But even the map in Ori, when you have to go back and those types of maps, I don't really... what was another one? Dead Cells that had a map similar. You guys can ride along with me on this, right? I mean,
you don't like Metroidvanias then?
Not as much as I get older, man. And let me tell you why. I think I'm going to call Mag and Brap. I need all the old dudes for a minute. We grew up playing that shit. Okay.
Yeah,
like
I don't have the patience for it anymore, Mooch.
Right, thank you, Brap. I mean, we played that shit for 20 years.
And there's nothing wrong with those games. They're great games.
They're great.
But for me, I just don't have time for it anymore.
It kills me, man.
I'm not the target demographic for that.
I'm not. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I mean, it's fair to say, because everybody gets on the air these days, and everyone's like, "Well, what do you think about this? Great. What do you think about that? Great. What do you think about this? Great. Everything's great. Everything's great." But I mean, right? But at the end of the day, For a lot of players that are going to play Silk Song are going to get about 4 hours in, and they're going to go, shit, I remember this now. What else is out this week? You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it's just one of those games that everyone's been talking about, and I think that everyone's been talking about it so much. And then everything, Summer Game Fest, everything's been wrapped around Silk Song. I'm like, will this game come out already? I even got Dessinger.
I think part of it is hype. I think some people generally on the internet haven't even played the first game, but they ride the hype train.
Right. That's fair, TC. That's fair. And listen, that's okay. If it's something where you're new into gaming, you've been gaming for like 10 years, and you're like, geez, I played a couple of games. I played Hollow Knight. I really enjoyed it. I can't wait to jump back into it. Hey, you know what? I'm with that gamer. But people have been gaming for 20, 30, 40 years. I got news for you, man. You've been down these roads, okay? All right, you almost paved those roads. You know what I mean? So it's at this point you're like, I'm just pumping the brakes on that. But that was my little rant on Silk Song. I apologize, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the game, nonetheless. Nib, what did you? Nib,
I do have a.
Go ahead.
Yeah, to be honest, I only caught some of it. I thought it was better than I expected because usually I tap out of Gamescom, but I feel like there was so much stuff at this show. So many different games, and there was a decent number of announcements. Like I said, with Ghost of Tsushima and a few of the other things, Resident Evil looked wicked. But I was going to just ask TC 3 questions, really.
Go ahead.
So my questions are: 1, what was your game of the show? 2, what was the biggest surprise? And 3, what was the biggest disappointment?
So I don't know if I can say a game of the show, because my top games of the show are Valor Mortis, Crimson Desert, and Replaced. Those are my top 3 games.
Replaced looked awesome, man. I gotta say.
Oh my goodness, Replaced! Replaced!
Cool.
Replaced! I saw the trip.
Isn't Replaced a 2D 2.5D?
It's like 2.5D. 2.5D.
Bro, I interviewed the developer of that on my podcast. Garvin, not Garvin. He's a concept artist turned developer. And I actually, on my old podcast, I interviewed him, and he's developing Replace, bro. No way, that's crazy. I think that's the game I'm thinking of.
I can look it up.
It's like a guy. It looks like type of Blade Runner-ish.
Yeah.
Looks freaking
so
sick.
I sat down. I sat down with the guy who's actually the guy who makes the music for the game. We were in they have a business area in Gamescom. So I sat down with him there to play the game, and I was already looking forward to it. Not to the certain level. I wasn't thinking it's going to be one of my favorite games of the show. But my goodness, if you meet a team of people that have put love into a game, it's this game. And because the thing about it is, I sat there and I'm just seeing the amount of animations these guys put on the character at every aspect in the game. I'm just walking somewhere, he trips, and then there's a full animation there. He has Batman Arkham type combat. He's jumping between characters, and the animation moves smoothly between that. So many little things, animations left and right. That the visuals aside, the visuals look great. The music is great. The animations really just impressed me. I remember just pointing out different type of things, and I'm like, "Did you guys really need to animate this?" And he told me how many the ridiculous amount of animations they have made for this character. And it was just impressive.
I just looked it up, TC, and it reminds me.
That game looked impressive 3 years ago.
Well, Mag, what was the game that came out? Pardon me, my lord. What was the game that came out on Xbox Game Pass? And I know me and you played it in its completion. It was a top-down shooter, so it's not quite the same thing as we're talking about right here with Replaced.
Oh yeah, I played this.
What was it called?
Cyberpunk.
It was a cyberpunk type game.
Yeah.
What was it? Somebody got a name for me on that one?
Yeah, I've completed it. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it though.
I enjoyed it, but I did not love it either. That's what it reminds me of. But it's not the same because that was more of a top down, and this is a scroll.
It's not. No. So I enjoyed that game, but the developers padded the hell out of that game and just increased it. The fact that you had to walk back and forth 50,000 hours, and the fast travel wasn't really there. They purposely put that in there. as just a way to extend
The
time.
Ascent,
You guys
the
had a
Ascent.
good
Thank you,
gameplay,
Big
but
Keith.
You
By the
you
way,
wasted-
just to clarify, my bad. I confused the game with ArcSync, who I developed. The developer Mike Garn, his name is. He's the guy I interviewed. But it's a very similar aesthetic, and it's also 2.5D. But I remember this game being advertised like 4 years ago.
yeah, it's been in
and
the works for a while.
the fact that it's still in development and we kind of they've been low key for the last two years or so, and we've
So
not
they
heard
announced
anything.
on Monday it
That's
comes
very
out
good
next year.
news. Yeah,
I
it's
think they
very
believe-
exciting because they've been cooking, bro.
The thing about it is like when I was finished the demo, I think I like was talking about the animation a lot. The guy really like it made him smile because he was detailing everything. Like they loved it. They love this game, and it makes sense. It's their game. And I enjoyed the demo that I played so much. He's like, I got another demo. Do you want to play that?
You're like,
And,
sure.
I'm like, yes. I'm like, yeah, sure. Let's play this other demo too. And then the woman comes in because I was like one of the last people to come in before the day was out. And she's coming in. She's like, just let you know that we gotta close this out. He's like, yeah, we're just playing. We're gonna don't worry, we're gonna finish this. We just want to play this the other demo as well. I just want to show him the other demo. Like he was so excited. I'm pretty sure he's had like bazillion people come through that room throughout the entire day for 4 days straight. He's probably had a billion people. But even with me, the last person of one of the last days of Gamescom, he was so excited to share even more that he extended it to just show me another demo that
That's
they
cool.
had there. So
Yeah.
I did not realize Replace was going to be a highlight of the. I thought it was like Phantom Blade.
What's the
really
actual
great.
gameplay? What's the actual gameplay loop with it?
So that's one of the things that Mooch might actually like. This is not a Metroidvania.
Good.
They specifically pointed out that it's a linear game. That they're telling a story. This is a linear game, and the combat is essentially you have mechanics to fight, to parry, to dodge, and you have your gun, which starts off as a baton, and then once you fix it, then you can use it as a special attack. Like it builds up after you beat up on a couple of guys. Your gun builds up, and like you do an execution special on people. And the combat and executions very much look like anime style. Like how he's fighting, he's like that cool like Akira type of stuff. Like he'll beat on a guy, then he's about to shoot a guy over there. Like his jacket will just like flutter, and then he'll take a shot like with the gun in a certain move and stuff like that, and then he'll like flip it around, put it back in his pocket, then get ready to like start fighting some other dudes. I'm just like, this game is phenomenal. And I know I asked him if it's like, when is it going to come to PlayStation 5? Because I mainly play on there, but he said, we know it's coming. But he said, right now we're mainly focused on Xbox and PC. And honestly, I don't think I can wait for the PS5 release. I'm probably just going to play it on Xbox. When this thing's
On Game Pass, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is? Okay.
It is on Game Pass.
Yeah.
He was highlighting that as well. He was like, Game Pass Day 1.
These are interesting.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. There are still games that are coming out on Game Pass and Xbox first. And it's funny because you see the decline of hardware sales. I mean, yes, this past quarter or this past month, it was for all the platforms outside of Switch 2 because Switch 1 dropped too. But
deal.
this must be an older
I think
deal.
It's the old deal.
Very, yeah, it is. Yeah, it was
Because-
announced like I think 3 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
See, this is why I've always said that, you know, if they had curbed the spending on buying studios and publishers
Yeah.
and focused on investing in great exclusive games
Yeah.
instead of just
Or
going
even
all
timed
in on the whole
exclusive,
Game
Wooly.
Pass.
Even timed, right? If they had
Yeah.
games like that
Yeah,
for a year, it's fine.
It
Absolutely
offers a
fine.
massive unique value proposition because let's face it, it's timed exclusivity that Sony pretty much ride the PS5 on the back on now, you know, and it still holds a unique value proposition because games are being made exclusive. Well, PS6 ain't looking that way anymore with PS6, but you know, but nevertheless, it's always been the case that the benefits of exclusivity apply to those games that are the sole development focus is for that one system, and later ports, you know, that doesn't affect that, you know, porting later to other other.
Well, you
consoles,
bring up a great segue there. Before I do that, though, I want to see if does anybody have any more TC included? Wooly, anybody, Mag, anything on?
I just wanted to.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to note one thing, and just for people who play on PC and Xbox, support replaced when it launched, because the guy sitting there, he genuinely was making like several jokes, like everything is riding on this game to succeed.
Yeah.
And I was confused by it because what I played was phenomenal. So I don't know why he's so afraid, but I guess it's because they've been working on it for so many years.
Well, the thing,
I could tell you this. It's been on my wish list on Steam since they announced it.
Yeah.
The thing about it, though.
2018, 2019. It was announced so long ago, bro.
Well, when he showed it at the Xbox Showcase, I was like, yo, this has got that Blade Runner kind of vibe. Yep. I am fucking digging this. And then nothing for years. And I'm like, is it gone? Hey, it's back. Let's fucking go.
But the thing is, I do. I think we should bring a bit of awareness to that, TC, because it's a little bit more in depth of a conversation to have than just because I say this on this show all the time, and you can ask Deathsinger, you can ask Nib, Mag knows, Wooly knows. I say when we have conversations here, and when you listen to your other favorite podcasts or any of your other shows that cover gaming, our ears to the ground. Mag, we say this all the time. Our ears to the ground. Mag's like, oh, I talked to this developer. TC's like, I went to this show. Deathsinger's like, I remember that from 2017, 2019, and then there was nothing, and here it is. It's back. I'm psyched. But the reason that individual said that to you, TC, and I'm glad you brought awareness to it, and I encourage people to definitely go out there and support it, is that when you have the hardcore, which is our gaming circle, even when the hardcore supports you, that's a great number that you would like to have in your back pocket, but it's typically not enough generally to support the total cost of your production, your time, the studio, etc., vacation, keeping the lights on, any type of working overtime, food that you had to, take care of your folks that are staying there past 5 o'clock at night and not seeing their families. So when he said there's a lot riding on this, he's not lying. Yeah. I think the whole boat's riding on this. So yeah, I encourage people to go out there and support it, but there is a reason. It's because a lot of these, I don't like using the word casual gamer because people say casual gamer, they think it's just Call of Duty and people playing Madden or something. Like, if even people who enjoy games to a certain extent, right? A certain extent, they don't know what Replaced is, and they may never even hear of it. And even if it's on Game Pass, right? A lot of people on Game Pass may never even download it. It's not one of those things that is just out there. It's not publicly known. It's not a household name, and it's a smaller game. So, then you take into effect that, like I said, a lot of us have been playing a lot of these you've been playing these big AAA games for a very long time. Now you have a game that's like this 2.5 side-scroller linear game, which totally, you're right, TC, it checks a lot of the boxes for me. But a lot of people see it and they go, nah, that's not for me. I want this big open world, get lost in it, blah, 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 blah. And that's what a lot of, when I say casual, maybe new type of gamers kind of coming into the gaming landscape are looking for, maybe not looking for that. So yeah, I agree with you. I'm glad you brought that up. I do think that's something that if you have a PC or you do have Xbox or Game Pass, definitely download it and support these guys, because
I also
might not see those other games unless this one thrives, and I think that's important.
I also wanted to add one other thing that he said to me, and I don't know if this is like general knowledge because I don't know anybody's talking about it, but he said that they have been working on this for 4 years, but apparently they have so many assets and so many different types of animations. He said we have so much of it that we could potentially make a sequel to the game that we have right now. And I'm like, well,
that's great.
Of course I would want a sequel to this, but he's like, yeah, but we have to get there first.
We got to get right. Exactly.
You said about how, like, the way he was speaking, as if, again, obviously this is just conjecture on my part to the people listening. Don't get bloody fucking in your knickers about it. I'm just putting the dots together. But because we know he made this Game Pass deal like a long time ago, right? I assume the licensing fee probably wasn't that high to begin with that they agreed on. And then obviously the development has gone on much longer than they probably anticipated. Yeah. So they're thinking, okay, yeah, we take a lump sum up front and we'll release it. At the time, it was supposed to release the year after. And now it's actually been in development a further 2-3 years.
Yeah.
So 2-3 years worth of staffing costs and stuff is not cheap.
No.
I can imagine why they're feeling the pinch. So yeah, do support the game. It does look awesome. I know there was controversy around it though. I won't go into it now.
For what?
For the dude who owns the studio. Apparently he's like, anyway, I won't get into political stuff, but YOLO, you can read up on it if you're curious. But
well, I think when it comes down to it too, I have a question for you guys. Do you think when you have a game like this that's in Game Pass and it was a deal that was cut a while ago, and these are all hypotheticals, we don't have the actual numbers in front of us. Is it better to go out and buy this game on Xbox and PC, or does it count just as much for these guys, do you think, if they just click and download it on Game Pass?
Well, usually I always say, like, if I'm playing a game on a subscription service, technically I am already supporting the developers because they have already been paid for it. But obviously, I don't know what they negotiated for their game being on the service. It's one of those things where, like, if they haven't negotiated a good enough rate for their work or for their effort, for their time, etc., it kind of is on them. As a consumer, I've paid my monthly subscription fee for the service and the games, which is supposed to be shared among the games on the title, right?
But we've kind of heard the some of the stories. I don't know if they're I haven't looked into them deeply, where kind of developers have kind of said their like grievances, I guess, in regards to having to deal with a subscription service and their worry of, just accepting whatever deal they're given, for a service like Game Pass.
I don't want to be like crass and bad. I know it's going to sound really, I don't know, maybe unsympathetic of me, but I do think, like, in business you have to be shrewd, right? If you make a bad deal, like, I shouldn't have to worry about, this developer.
I get that,
because he didn't make the right deal with Game Pass. Like, at the end of the day, you made that business decision, and now the service that people have paid their hard-earned money for. That's the whole point, is they have access to games.
On the flip side,
I
was just going to say, on the flip side, though, the problem is the snowball effect of a specific service becoming a monopoly and becoming
I agree with that.
A leverage over devs that Microsoft would have. And basically, it's like, well, your game's not going to sell if you don't accept our deal.
I agree with
you
that.
have no choice but to accept our deal. And
I agree with that, Willie. But the only thing I would say is
the narrative to support the devs still holds weight. In that, if you can afford, games that you wait for a couple of years, and then you play it on a subscription service. Go figure. You've waited long enough, but for you wanting the cake and eating it, in terms of like the game releasing day one, and you only playing games day one on a subscription service and not actually buying the games day one, like, even if it's a game that you really want, then I feel like the value is far more diminished for games that release day one. Now, for an indie studio, there's less risk of that being a major issue. Like, in terms of if it's a smaller independent studio with maybe a team of 20 or 30 or 40 people tops, then the deal that they make with Microsoft will probably cover the dev costs and then some. But it's a slippery slope if you start to kind of, if everybody gets this mentality where they refuse to buy games and the
I've already kind of seen a bit of that on the Xbox side.
But Willie, to your point though, like, I probably spend, like, I would say like £1,000 a year probably on gaming, and to be fair, I would happily spend more. But the thing is, like, with that, like, you have your different subscription services and you buy games. Obviously, the issue is with a growing consumer base that is basically refusing to buy games now. They just wait for everything on a subscription. Whereas, like, me and you, we're not one of those consumers. We're consumers who have subscription, as well as, in fact, I would say 90% of the games that I look forward to and want to play are not even on a subscription service. So it's kind of like extra money I'm spending that I probably don't need to be fair. But I was going to say, to your point, like, that it is a slippery slope, because they get upfront money and it'll probably cover their costs for a while. So it looks it's incentivized. It's like, it looks juicy. Like, let me take this deal because it takes off the pressure for a while. But on the other side of the spectrum, like, one, if your product is appealing enough, I'm sure you can get funding and support from other studios. We've heard time and time again when people reach out to Nintendo or to PlayStation, even including Sword of the Sea, they were having funding difficulties. They actually said their studio was going to close down.
That's right.
They went to PlayStation, and PlayStation said, "Yeah, sure, we'll support you.
Right,
here's the money."
Yeah.
So, and I think with their game, what was it called again? The one we're talking about,
Replaced.
Replaced, yeah. It's such a visually powerful game that like immediately draws attention. I think they could have procured funding elsewhere either way. But I will also say they've kind of chosen by doing this deal. Think about it: PlayStation and Nintendo are the biggest selling platforms. So they obviously PC is a whole different thing, massive as well. But they have chosen the console platform that is the least popular. So they have kind of made a negative, I would say, decision for themselves. From
I wish this was on PS5 day one. I wish.
Yeah, if it was on PS5, even Switch, I would say it could work really well on Switch.
I do think though that it's getting to a point now as the cost of living is increasing. Because I have had a change in kind of attitude and perspective, I guess, and it's through the economic situation that we all find ourselves. Well, many of us find ourselves in nowadays. Like the last 4 years, it's just become almost Twilight Zone level ridiculous. A very good wage that I'm on a pretty good wage, and 5 years ago it was considered a very good wage. Now it's like it's pretty average, and it's mad. So with that in mind, I do think making a game to sell now even is a risk to devs. It's like if they can secure a Game Pass deal day one, and that covers the development costs, at least they've then got a game to port later to other consoles to sell.
Yeah, true.
And so I do think, in a weird turn of events, there is so much irony at play here. It's almost like everything's doing a 180 flip on its head and becoming so crazy ironic. It's kind of hard to keep track. It's mad because in a crazy turn of events, it's almost like Game Pass is actually doing the industry a favor at the moment. But
the thing is that's always been the case. That's always been the case for like indie games, because one of the things we always say is, yes, Game Pass statistically does cannibalize sales, but sometimes for unknown games, it can be an exposure boon, right? Obviously you stick a AAA game in there, which you've already had tons of funding, and it takes away the sales. It's a very different thing from a game not many people know about. When you go on a service with 25, 30 million people suddenly have eyes on it, and then it comes to a different platform and people are recommending it, it has good reviews, etc., then that can have a positive effect. So I really think
textbook example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I really think it's down to the type of game. And if I was a publisher or a developer, I would be very curated on what types of games I agree to deal with.
And the crazy thing is, Nib, is that it's indie games right now that are supporting most of us gamers who don't have necessarily the means anymore to splash out on big, massive AAA titles every month. So these smaller 20 to 40 quid games, it's like it's kind of like more our. Certainly my kind of play park. So it's like when you think about things, it's so bizarre how Game Pass is almost becoming this boon for development and this platform that's kind of launching devs onto other platforms once their game has been gained traction and attention through Game Pass. So it's definitely indie dev centric, but that's not a bad thing. If anything, I would think that's more important than AAA centric, even though AAAs are really what push the field forward.
I also think for multiplayer indie games, because I would say again, not just for Game Pass, but PlayStation Plus. What's that football car game?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Rocket League?
Rocket League, yeah. Rocket League was on PlayStation Plus, and I remember it blew up overnight. And the Rocket League developers said they attribute a lot of the game's success to PlayStation Plus. So even though they weren't selling copies of the game, it was one of the monthly games.
My only question, Nib, and you're really good at doing these numbers and calculations, is we've got probably a half dozen that we could list off the top of our heads, but for every half dozen or even dozen that actually did do that, there's a lot of others that it falls by the wayside, and it didn't more.
It doesn't.
It doesn't than it does. I agree with what Willie said. The fact that it's doing that and it's making the indie developers more pronounced and well known, that's phenomenal. That's great. And if it's doing that, that's beautiful. But I don't think it's happening. It's a little bit more lopsided than the way the story is being told. Yeah.
But the thing is, because I have a list of like 40 something games of live service games that have failed, because I made a tweet about it once, and I remember like I was shocked at how many have actually over the decades like fallen to the wayside. But the thing is, like, the fundamental thing about all of this, he said clear, obscure, we're talking about replace,
right?
Like, your game still has to be a high quality game to cut through the shit. Like, the problem is the vast majority of games are actually pretty average. Like, even when people talk about like IGN's rating scale, oh, they give out high ratings. I give out high ratings all the time. If you looked at my reviews, you'd think, oh, this guy only hands out 7s, 8s, 9s, etc. But it's because I'm curating what I play, and I'm not playing most of the crap that comes out. And when I do, usually because of subscription services, because it's just like, oh, okay, it's on the thing, let me just give it a try. I don't usually like enjoy those games. Like, a lot of the kind of like, I don't know, the churned out kind of mass. So, a lot of it is just low quality.
Nib, here's a question for you. And shout out to Gaff516. He says, another question for you guys. I saw him asking it earlier. He asked it again. He says, will Game Pass fans who champion Clair Obscur being in the service, if the sequel skips, will they still support it by buying it full price? And you know what? I want to ask you guys that question, and then I kind of want to move this conversation, which is phenomenal, over to Helldivers 2. So let's start with Clair Obscur first to answer Gaff's question. What do you think, Nib? Do you think that when you have a beloved title, that's the thing that's interesting. Whenever these games do well, like when Clair Obscur did well, and they said we sold. Notice the tweets are like, we sold 1 million, right? We sold this many. Like that. Sold means PC, PS5 for the most part. Did they sell games on Xbox? Yes, of course they did. But was it a substantial number?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think like there's probably going to be too many Game Pass players who, even if it's not on Game Pass, they'll be like, oh, it will come eventually. So I don't know if they would support it. And then obviously it goes in the backlog and they end up playing other games instead. So would it sell? Yeah, I think it would sell, but it would sell a significantly smaller portion than the other platforms, basically. Again, just look at the data. There's a conditioning of the consumer base who are just more reluctant to purchase games now. And if you look at the sales splits of multi-platform games, say like in a territory like the United States or the United Kingdom, where there's like not as much of a lopsided split between Xbox Series and PS5 consoles. I think last I checked, it's like 60-40 or along those lines. Like, it's not so dramatic. It's probably a little bit higher now, maybe say 65. But the actual sales software splits sometimes go into like the 10% and the 8%.
In some cases, 3%.
Yeah, it's insane. And by the way, like the figure you're talking about might be physical. I'm talking about including digital. Like there's some games including
Scarlet
digital.
Nexus is a great example. Scarlet Nexus sold like absolute minute.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, and people always say, obviously it's going to sell less because there's fewer. No, it's not. It's like if you still have 40% of the install or 37% of the install, but your sales percentages, software sales splits are like 11%, 14%, 9%, then obviously it's a bigger issue. And then you can actually track through data as Game Pass has got more popular over the years, from say 2019-20 onwards. It had a big growth spurt, then it kind of stagnated around 2022. But you can actually track the sales splits reducing during the time that it grew. So, and when I always used to have this conversation, people are posting articles from Phil Spencer like, oh, it boosts sales, like it helps sales. And I'm like, yeah, now because Game Pass is not popular, it's only a few million or 10 million or 12 million. But in future, when it grows even bigger, then it's going to start cannibalizing sales, and especially as you condition the consumer base.
A great example, a great illustration, Mooch, is with Lies of P, right? I hadn't played it until just last month. I picked it up on PS Plus.
Yep.
And I'd always liked the look of it, but I was buying other games. I was buying other games at the time. I never bought Lies of P. Years later, it comes out on PS Plus, and I finally play it. I have not had the attitude where I'm thinking I'm not buying Lies of P. I'll wait for it to come to PS Plus. No. I would have bought it on a sale at some point, but I've not played it in that time. So so I've not been one of those where I want to play it day one, but I'm refusing to pay for it. And it's a very different attitude, and it results in a very different dynamic where the game still sold its peak sales, and I've not been waiting for it to come to a subscription service. You can't buy every single freaking game, can you? So now that I've got to experience it and I've absolutely loved it, I experienced that on a subscription service. But I got my money's worth, and because I waited so long to play it to play it on a subscription service, just as a matter of circumstance.
Yeah, I have a similar story with the same exact game, Lies of P. Now, Lies of P, I played the demo when it came out. It had a demo, and I thought the game was phenomenal. I did immediately run over to put it on my wish list for PlayStation and for Steam, right? And I wanted to buy it, and I was like, I'll wait till a sale though for that. Like I've been playing a lot of Souls-like games, and yeah, so I downloaded it as well. I have it now on PlayStation because of PS Plus. But that doesn't mean that, like, I'm still on the fence if I would want to still pick it up when it becomes, goes on sale even further on Steam or something like that. But, shout out Wayne the Pain too here. He says, I love saving money. Game Pass for the win. It's interesting when people say that, because that's been the number one argument since 2017 with Game Pass, right? I'm saving money. Well, the thing about it is that, there's two ways to look at it. You're either only playing the games on Game Pass and you're not buying anything else, and you also haven't realized that Game Pass has gone from $9.99 to $19.99. So when you say I'm saving money, I believe you, Wayne. I'm not gonna. How can I say I don't believe you? You're telling me you're saving money. That's fine, but that also tells me that if a game comes out that you want that's not on Game Pass, that tells me that you're not buying it, you're not playing it, and you're just sitting there with your fingers crossed, hoping it ends up in a service at some point in time. If that's what you're doing, that's fine. You know what I mean? I don't.
To that point, right? Like, how I'm talking about the sales splits on multi-platform games. It's weird because it is a boon to consumers and it's indirect negative consumers. And what I mean by that is because more and more people are playing the games on their subscription services, more and more multi-platform sales are falling by the wayside. So it's putting a pressure on certain types of games that aren't on subscription services, right? Because now, like, if even Call of Duty, let's take Call of Duty, just because I have the sales splits, but it sold 67% less this last release on Xbox because of its inclusion on Game Pass. In the United States, it was actually higher, something like 70-something% less. Obviously, a game like Call of Duty, they can afford it. It's like a big production, this and that. But, when that happens across the board and it's sort of domino effects to so many different games, now, like, it's kind of, developers and studios and publishers, they have to keep in mind that we've kind of lost out on one of the platforms of sales, which could have been a few 100,000, a few million, tens of millions. Well, they might not get that anymore. So that obviously is going to impact everything from, the development budget, from design, from, all these other things. They have to be cognizant of that now because their game is not going to be on Game Pass. On Xbox specifically, they probably won't get as many sales. Like, look at like Final Fantasy 16.
Right.
It didn't even chart on Xbox.
So Nib, I'm glad you bring Nib. I'm glad you bring that up because I want to go to Mag here. Mag, I know I have you for a limited time, and I'm really trying to super glue you to the seat. Mag, Nib just gave me a great segue right over to it. Okay, Final Fantasy 16. You know this. Your ears to the ground in the Xbox camp all the time. Give us Final Fantasy 16. We demand Final Fantasy 16. Didn't chart. Didn't do that well. Give me Helldivers 2. Damn it. I want Helldivers 2. And I know this is the part that bothers me because of the world we live in, the media can kind of metamorphosize anything they want. The article that came out yesterday, Mag, was because, right, did you see it? It was, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me. It was something to the extent of with Xbox now having Helldivers 2, Steam concurrent players have risen back to one of their highest since one of the DLCs or one of their packs came out, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm reading the article and I'm reading it and I'm like, how does this Steam information, which is great and good for Helldivers 2 to have a bump for a day or two, how is it that correlates to Xbox? So you're telling me the way that this was derived was Xbox players can buy, it's not in Game Pass, can buy Helldivers 2, so Steam players have run to their PCs to play, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, we don't have any Xbox numbers. There's no sales numbers reported. There's nothing coming out of the Xbox camp on it right now. But here's the thing. We're living in an era where streamers...
What was the outlet and what was the journalist? Because we need to pull out these things.
Well, let me see. I'll see if I can find it on my phone real quick while I give it to Meg. But Meg, I wanted to ask your thought on it overall, because I'll find that for you, Nib, and I'll send it over. But my point is that I don't know if Helldivers 2 is going to make a substantial impact on Xbox. And the main reason being is not because Xbox players don't want to play it. It's because Xbox players want it on Game Pass. And I guess I'll leave that with you, Meg. Give me your take on it. You know, and do you think the Xbox community is going to buy this game in masses, by the way? I don't mean 100K. Yeah, they're going to sell 100,000 copies, sure. But I got news for you. I'm pretty sure that they would like to see more than 100,000 copies sold.
That's an achievement nowadays, Mooch. 100,000 is a lot to Xbox fans.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that the number?
100,000.
You know? Go ahead, Mag. I'm just sharing your take on the whole thing.
Here's the thing. I've been talking about it for a long time when I'm talking about engagement. I mentioned it on here, on this show, on XNC as well. And I talk about engagement, and I've discussed it over and over. And engagement does not just mean engagement in Game Pass. I meant engagement in purchasing games, third-party games, games that are now crossing over from the other side. These are the games these are the numbers that they need to pump up if you want them to continue. And the reason why is because these companies work on metrics of dollars and cents and of course the numbers. And if the numbers aren't there and the dollars and cents aren't there, they're not going to continue to do so. So what I keep advocating is, and I say, listen, and I've reached out to the Xbox community. I know tens of thousands.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I said, guys, if you want this to continue, then you need to play them. I'm not forcing you to buy a game.
No, not at all.
You to buy a game you don't want to play, whatever. I said, but whatever you are doing, you need to engage in it. And so the thing is that you don't need to argue about it on Twitter. I don't get involved in any of that bullshit anymore. I don't fight with anybody about anything. It's nonsense. But I said, this is what you got to do. If you want more, then you've got to engage in what is available to you now, whether it's in Game Pass or whether you have to purchase the game third party or whatever. And some people have. They reach out to me like, Mag, I can't wait to play Helldivers with you, this and that. I only own it on the PlayStation. I'm not going to buy it for the Xbox because what for? It's cross-platform. I already own it, right? So I re-downloaded it and I said, okay, Xbox community, let's play. And so I will be doing that maybe tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow morning I'm going to be doing that. There are a couple of factors in that one specifically. And the funny thing is, some people mentioned to me, they said, Mag, what are the numbers? What are the numbers? How many sales have it? And I'm like, guys, it's been 28 hours.
Right.
I'm like, they're not going to tell you.
They're not going to say the numbers.
It might be a couple of weeks,
but
it's going to be a little bit.
And that's a great point, Mag. I'm glad you said that. That's the thing. That's fine. Take a week. Take 2 weeks. Take 4 if you want, Mag. Okay. Yeah. But I don't even think we're going to see it in 4 weeks from Xbox.
Right. Now, the other thing is that I'm thinking to myself is that I think it was unfortunate time. Not unfortunate timing. I think it was just bad planning. I don't think that launching Gears of War in Game Pass the same day that you're trying to sell a game on Xbox at what, $40? How much are you guys paying for it in the US? $40 US for Helldivers?
Helldivers is $40 for Xbox, $40, I believe. Okay. Yeah.
So now the thing is, the way I look at it, this is not a great business model. The reason why is because what you've done is you've given the players a choice of playing a game that's already available on the service they're subscribed to. So I'm not going to say the word free because it's not free, but I'm saying they don't have to pay extra for. It's right there. The same day that they launch a game that you're going to have to pay $40 for. Where do you think most people are going to lean? They're going to lean towards the game that's available in the service.
Absolutely.
Literally the same day.
As they should.
Wanted to do this. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, right?
So.
That's what. Well, listen.
I mean, if you really wanted Helldivers,
I'm going to back up those people, though, Mac, because Nib said it himself a moment ago. He said with people are subscribing to these services with their hard-earned money and told that this is where those games are going to be. So, Meg, I'm at the point right now in this conversation where I have to, if someone says I'm waiting to see if Helldivers 2 comes to Game Pass, okay. They've been told that, right? So now they finally got a game that comes over. It's not. No, absolutely not.
It's not. Now, the other thing is I was thinking about if you had spread it out, let's over 6 weeks. And let's say, for argument's sake, you released Gears of War right after the Summer Games Fest. All right, guys, everybody gets Gears of War. Here it is. It's for PlayStation. Xbox fans, you get it in Game Pass. Or if you own the Ultimate, you get the other one for free. You know how the whole deal works.
Yeah.
And so you get all of that. And then you buy 6 weeks' time, right? Everybody plays the game. They get the campaign done. The campaign is only about 9 or 10 hours for the original game. Then they play a little multiplayer. They get their asses handed to them by some PC assholes. And then that's it. Then they don't touch it again. And the game is done, right? And then you move on 6 weeks later, and then you got Helldivers. That would give us, I think, a more accurate representation of how many people are going to purchase the game, because you're not butting it up against something that's being offered in the service literally the same day.
Right.
And it's something that like a game like Gears is obviously very synonymous with Xbox. And I think that by doing this, it's not going to give us a very clear picture. And I don't think that Helldivers 2 is actually going to do very well as a result of Gears of War launching the same day. Now, if they, like I said, if they had spread it out, you probably get a more accurate representation and say, okay, you know what? These guys went out and bought the game. Now, I know a bunch of people who did, because they reach out to me. They're like, Meg, you going to do it? You going to play? And I'm like, yeah, I'll play. I'll play with you guys. I re-downloaded it. I'm ready to rock. Let's do this. But as, you know, as a whole community in the millions, kind of like Forza Horizon 5, not a chance. I don't think they're selling 3 million copies of this thing the way that, like, for example, Forza Horizon was adopted by the PlayStation, and you had 3 million plus players.
And the reason why some of the numbers are disingenuous, and they report these Steam numbers, and it's supposed to be like...
Steam numbers are ridiculous. It's like 2 + 2 = 5.
Right.
That had nothing to do...
No, it had nothing to do with it. This game has been fluctuating before it went to Xbox, somewhere in the... I saw concurrent numbers from...
450,000 was its peak before, and around 470 or 460,000.
That's what I'm looking at.
It's reached 500. Yeah, now it's reached 500,000, and it's like, well, that's on Steam, and it's like these people
right now, as we speak,
on Xbox are not buying it on Steam.
As we speak, 112,000 are in game, and that. But I was saying to you is, if you go back a few weeks ago, it was anywhere between 70 and 130,000. You know, it fluctuates, and it was always in that range. It's not like. Yeah. The game coming to Xbox launched a rebirth of Helldivers 2 on Steam. That's
on this point.
And Nib, I sent you the article.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think it should chart on Xbox because it's it's right up their alley. It's like like in terms of demographics and stuff, like a shooter multiplayer, it should.
That's right.
I'm going to be honest. I honestly was expecting more of a bump because they released the Halo Warbond, right? And Xbox has nothing to do with Steam. The reason it's perked up on Steam is because people are buying this Warbond because it's friggin' Halo at the end of the day.
That's correct.
You get all the guns.
Gamers love Halo.
And the same on PlayStation. So if we kind of mathematically look at the uptick on Steam, and let's do a similar uptick on PlayStation, even if you want to be conservative and do half the uptick on PlayStation, it doesn't actually leave that many people on Xbox. Like between the 300 and whatever thousand peak, 100 and I think 40,000 of the whatever it was on Steam, leaves roughly half again on the other two platforms. Then do another similar peak on PlayStation, and you're not left with that much on Xbox. So me personally, I was actually expecting a lot more because out the gate on PlayStation and PC, I think the game sold. I think it was the fastest selling PlayStation exclusive of all time. I think it went on to sell, 10 million within the first month or two, if I remember correctly. It was crazy. So again, if you look at it in comparison to the sales on the other platforms, and maybe Xbox has, 50, 80,000 of those players, those peak players, how many does that mean are playing it, have bought it? So we have data from Power World and other games where in the initial opening days of a game's release, usually the purchase to the active player count is 2 2 to 3 of what it is. And then the longer a game is out, the broader that spread gets. So then the number of sales to the number of people active gets more and more wide, basically.
Correct.
But on the first 4 days of release, it's actually very close. Because usually if you buy a game, you're not going to play it. Like usually if you bought a game, you're going to be playing it at some point during that day. Again, like me, like say it did sell, 200,000, 100,000, 500,000. To me, that still isn't a lot. Like we're talking on PC, PlayStation, several million out the gate. So I don't know. We'll see. Like maybe we don't know how accurate these like figures are. Other stuff. So maybe a lot of people who bought it on Xbox didn't play it straight away.
And I always say this. So we looked at Steam, 112,000 concurrent right now. And Helldivers 2, okay, when it absolutely was doing gangbusters when it first came out, had 160,000 people or 100,000 people, 150,000 people on Twitch viewing it. Currently, right now, I'm on Twitch right now. 4,000 people watching it. That's what they've always been. It's been around that. You guys know I keep an eye on Twitch all the time. And again, Twitch is not a scale to use, but I'm just saying that also sometimes for me gauges excitement, right? In when a game comes out. So the needle hasn't really moved dramatically, and these news outlets run the first day any game comes out, and you got to remember, streamers have a very big influence right now on gamers and what they buy, and especially in the PC market. So when it's big in news,
Battlefront 2.
Well, that's it, right? That's exactly.
Look at Battlefront 2. You had Jack Frags covering it. It's interesting because I actually uploaded Battlefront 2 gameplay extremely early because Arc Raiders reminded me so much of it, and I had a blast. And sure enough, other people must have felt the same way, and Jack Frag started playing it again. And as soon as he uploaded videos of it, all the streamers were doing the same.
They're all doing
it.
That's right.
It beat all the records.
That's right.
But I'm not gonna be an absolute donut like BitCloud and suggest, oh, that means that loads of people have suddenly bought the game again. No, it just means that people have re-downloaded it. And
streamers have a very big influence, and I think that's kind of cool in a sense. I mean, I really do. There's certain times I'll see a game that has been out for quite some time, and then I look over to see, wow, 15,000 viewers on Twitch. I go, there's something new. And it's not that there's something new necessarily with the game. It's just that one or two big streamers go out there and they have that influence, and then it just kind of and then their buddies pick up on it, and then they all kind of listen. It's great. It's amazing. But like that's the one thing with Helldivers 2, I saw these articles coming out yesterday, and I was like, why don't we come back in a couple of days or a week and just see where, everything calms down? And will Xbox ever reveal any numbers? Who knows? Will maybe Arrowhead reveal some numbers? Who knows if they're even allowed to? I don't know. I just think when it comes down to it at the end of the day, I don't know if this is going to be that big impact that I think a lot of people thought it was going to be a week or two ago.
No, I agree. I think the data actually weirdly shows us that it hasn't been as much of an impact. And I know some people go, whoa, what are you doing? But I don't think they realize that split of player count is split between all the platforms and has to account for upticks on PlayStation and Steam too. Because obviously the Warborn released, right? It's like you're telling me PlayStation and PC players aren't going to want Halo skins and weapons in their Helldivers too. Like, are you crazy? Obviously, it's probably one of the most enticing Warbonds. In fact, I would say it's the most enticing Warbond they've done yet, because it's Halo related.
So good, bro. It looks perfect.
So exactly. Like getting all the the battle rifle and everything. Wicked. But so I would say probably not as big an impact. I remember at near launch, Helldivers 2, I think it was close to 1 million player count in game, and if I remember correctly, 450 or 460,000 on Steam. And it's not uncommon for DLC and whatever launches to, massively increase player count. So I'm really curious to see the data in terms of the charting performance on Sakana and GSD and things like that. But I have a feeling it probably won't be as high as people anticipate. But it's going to be annoying because when they release the new sales number,
right?
Obviously, Helldivers 2 is going up by several million every single sales that they announce. 10 million, 15 million, etc. And you just know all the fanboys are going to attribute to extra.
This shows Xbox gamers.
Yeah, whereas actually Helldivers 2 is still charting on Steam charts really high up, top 5. So a lot of those sales are going to be PlayStation and Steam as well.
But it's I do think it's funny that the like I said, the media right now could take any statistic and say, well, I'm not lying. I'm just telling you the truth. The truth is on the day that they came out on Xbox, Steam sales went up. Yeah, but that's not necessarily correlating to
correlation.
Can I speak on this? And I don't mean to call someone out in the industry who weirdly I follow and have spoken to personally many times. I don't want to I tell you what, I won't give the name. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
But it's weird because people end up doing it, and you're like, seriously, dude? Like I thought your journalism was better than this. But I got into it with someone the other day because they were like, they were talking about multi-platform sales and how important it is to PlayStation, and they posted some data, and then I corrected them under the tweet. Not corrected them, but I just added context. I was like, we can see from the PlayStation financials this quarter how much multi-platform sales was as a percentage of their revenue, and it was 2.7%. I calculated it. So 2.7% of their quarterly revenue was from multi-platform release revenue. So it's like, in the grand scheme of things, that is not much. I'm not saying that's a reason for them not to do it, because free money is free money. If a port is cheap and you can do it on PC and get extra revenue, why not, right?
Right.
But outside of in the grand scheme of things, again, this last quarter, bloody fact check me. Anyone who's listening who doesn't believe, go and check my tweets, go and look at the data, load up their financials and calculate it yourself. 2.7% of their multi-platform, of their revenue was multi-platform sales. You can't tell me that's a massive sea change of importance with such paltry numbers. You just can't. Fundamentally, the vast bulk of their revenue is still from the 30% cut from multi-platform games on PlayStation ecosystem. And funnily enough, first-party sales is also still a big cut of it. I think the last fiscal year, first-party sales accounted for, if I remember correctly, it was 15 or 16% of total software sales, when they only made up 1.8% of overall releases, or the library. So again, first-party still has a over representation.
Yep. Now, Brap, you're coming in when we're talking about the Helldivers 2 for sale now on Xbox, and how that kind of is impacting sales, and whether or not it is going to make enough of a return to... I'm kind of coming on to part B of the question here, Brap, is does this encourage Sony, do you think? What number would encourage Sony to do this for future games? Let's say fair games coming out maybe in sometime... I heard that's getting bumped even further back. That was in 2026. Could be 27. Some people are saying it's going so far back to the drawing board, it might be a PS6 game. But nonetheless, does that encourage... I don't know if enough numbers are being shown, or if we'll ever see enough to see a drastic amount of uptick, if you will, in the Xbox camp for purchasing Helldivers 2 to show more multi-plat live service games going over from Sony.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think for them, this is probably a kind of a test of sorts to kind of see what the appetite is for a live service game of theirs on the Xbox platform.
What do they got to see though, Brett? What do you think? What kind of numbers? I mean, because we were kind of just goofing around. 100K to 150K sold. I don't know if that moves the needle.
I mean, maybe it does, because they've made so much revenue off of it. I think it's going to come down to the engagement, how it really isn't okay, how many units do we sell day one? I think it's going to be okay. What is the engagement on that platform?
Okay, good point.
6 months, a year from now, right?
And
that's the ultimate measuring stick.
And the extra purchases, right? The packs, the different things that they have available. Yeah, it's an ongoing, right? There's an ongoing store there. Yeah.
Yeah, is there, are we seeing, a lot of engagement, 3 months, 6 months down the road? There's an interesting news zoo, and I have to pull this. Game Logic mentioned this to me. I have to go back and pull the thread on this. But Newzoo put out a statistic about gamers on the Xbox platform not necessarily sticking with games they play, and part of that's because of Game Pass. Well, they'll go in and they'll try games, but maybe necessarily not stick with them.
Right.
They kind of bounce around quite a bit, which that doesn't surprise me if you're that service, because you have a buffet full of games.
It's a lot of games.
Yeah, not saying there's anything wrong with that. No. People are like, oh my god, you're saying it's... No, it's just, that's just a statistic. It's a reality of how people engage with with the service.
They
Doesn't
do.
make it
Well, they do
right,
the same
doesn't
thing
make
with
it
they do
bad.
the same thing with Netflix. They do everything else. They're watching like 6 or
Yeah,
7 different shows at once.
exactly.
Sometimes they don't finish a lot of
Exactly.
them. Right.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see like how, if there's any impact of that, where people may try the game and maybe not. I think there's there's something to be said, and maybe the Newzoo thing. Again, I got to pull the thread on this again, and I don't know if the Newzoo statistic had mentioned this, but there's something to be said. And maybe I read this somewhere where if a consumer that's going to spend money on something, right? Let's say like buy a $40, $50, $60, $70 game, they're probably more likely to stick with that game.
That's right.
Than playing that game in a subscription service, because there's the perception is, and the psychology behind it is like there's less investment, right, of money up front, right?
Yep.
As opposed to you're a subscription service, you have hundreds and hundreds of games. As opposed to spending $50 for one game, you're probably more likely to stick it out, if you will, right, for that game, because you put money towards it. So it's going to be interesting. I think the big tell is going to be, what does engagement look like 3-6 months, a year down the road from now? Yep. Are people on Xbox still playing the game? Are they buying a lot of microtransactions or whatever? Are they making money? Because that's really what it's about.
Well, in fairness,
for PlayStation, live service games.
Brap, to be fair to the Xbox camp here, there's a period of time there where there was not a lot of people playing Helldivers 2 on PC or PlayStation either. I mean, it really dropped off for a bit there. A lot of people felt that the things that the devs did to make certain adjustments to the game with different updates made things ridiculously unfair, took the fun right out of it. It was like bullet sponging. There was a lot of that talk going on, and people were like, why were you messing with something that was so perfect from the get-go? Remember, I don't know if you guys remember that. There was a lot of back and forth with the Arrowhead folks on X, and it was like, we apologize, we're going to work it. And even when they worked it back, a lot of people said, they did make it better, but it's still not where it was. And the community didn't come back for quite some time. Then they did. So it's not really it's not on Xbox to hold this thing up. I'm just wondering if, the PC crowd will stick around for much longer. If PlayStation guys are just going back for a couple of weeks because it's in the news. There's a lot to it, but yeah, you're right. I think as far as judging the Xbox, it's really going to be 3, 6, 9 months to see if they're remaining with the game and continuously putting money into it. Go ahead, Mag.
Yeah,
I was just going to say one last thing before I bail. Is that it is definitely not defending anything, because I've seen the numbers and I've seen that there's not enough adoption rate on, But the thing is that when you've got, just like I said, I mentioned the Gears of War thing, right? Okay, we mentioned that. Fine, great. Then all of a sudden, in 2 weeks, you've got Borderlands 4, it's going to be one of the biggest games of the year. I don't give a shit what anybody says about Borderlands. I mean, Borderlands 3 wasn't good. It sold 23 million
I'll
copies.
be there day one.
Okay, so, and then this one looks infinitely better. It looks like they spend a lot more time with it, whatever else. And this thing could sell 30 million, 35 million copies by the end of it, right? You've got that. A couple of weeks later, you've got Battlefield 6. 5 weeks after that, you've got Call of Duty in Game Pass. Now, I'm specifically targeting the Game Pass people, right? So if they play those games or whatever, let's say they pony up for Battlefield 6, and then 5 weeks later they're going to get Black Ops 7 in Game Pass. What chance does Helldivers really have for longevity?
Yeah,
is what I'm trying to get at.
I hear you.
When you've got these haymakers coming at you, right? And these are, like I said, these are not small games. These are big, huge, AAA, quadruple A, whatever the hell you want to call it. They are coming at you fast and furious, and they're coming in a matter of weeks apart. What chance does Helldivers have for longevity? Now, I played Helldivers on PlayStation day one when it came out, and I played it for about a month, give or take, and I was done. And I talked about that many times. I'm like, listen, guys, I'm going to be very transparent. I'm always transparent with my fans, my followers, people that watch my channel. I'm like, listen. Yep. And I told them last night in the Madcast, I said the same thing. I'm like, guys, this is how it went down. You drop down, you throw a couple of grenades in the hole, just like Gears of War. You close the hole, shoot a bunch of bugs, go to the extraction, rinse or repeat 856,000 times in a row, and then you get a couple of fancy new capes. And I'm like, and then after about a month, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm done. I was playing with Noof. Shout out to Noof Nukem. We had a great time. But the same thing happened to him and I. Instead of laughing and having a good time, after about 3 weeks, him and I stopped talking while we were playing. I think we were just bored. And then it got to the point where I'm like, listen, that was when it was in its peak. but the numbers were starting to dwindle just ever so slightly. Not overall. I mean, it was just saying I could see people dropping off, at least people that are on my friends list and everything else. And I'm saying when you're putting it up against these juggernauts, what chances it have for longevity?
That's a great Meg. You make a great point. I think that's the ailment though that is hurting a lot of these extraction shooters. Right? That's not a negative to just a Helldivers. I think a lot.
No, not against Helldivers. It's yes, I understand what you're saying, Mooch.
Right, because that's extraction. That's what you described a moment ago is extraction in a nutshell. You know,
right.
You know, which I know, and I agree with you. I played a good month and a half of it, but I will say the one thing that was, I think, even when you look at it when it was in its heyday, when it first came out, and everybody was playing it, everybody was talking about the concurrent numbers and this and that. It really was. It's about your company. So yeah, when I played with 4 friends, it was better than even playing with just one friend, right? Because the game was still kind of dominating you when it was duos. You got to kind of go in there with a quad, and you got to really take out the situation, and you got to work as a team. And then, of course, the friendly fire makes for a little laughing and banter. But yeah, you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, it is the game is what it is, right? I mean, the same thing can be said if we just played Team Deathmatch right now on Call of Duty. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a whole lot of excitement in the room. So it is what it is. But I do agree with you. I don't know if the game has that longevity factor, but I don't know of any extraction game that's really. I know people will say Escape from Tarkov. And that's a single player. I don't know if that is that. I don't know if there's multiplayer to that. Every time I watch streamers, they're playing it solo, so I don't really know. But at the same time, my point being is that that doesn't have a big audience either. And I think that's what Bungie is facing right now as they go back to the drawing board: is how do we make our extraction game more fun and more appealing, and the ability to have that longevity and keep that audience member there for much longer than any other extraction team. And I think that's what they're running into with Marathon. So
compelling storytelling is what keeps people coming in. For example, if you look at something like Titanfall 1, which did not have a single player experience attached to it. It was literally just a multiplayer game, whatever, live service game. However, what they did is that they weaved a story within the multiplayer matches that was enough and enticing enough. Never mind the fantastic gameplay or the fact that Vince Zampella had his fingers all over that game. Is that it still was at a point where there was still enough compelling storytelling to go on during the game that kept people involved. If there's nothing to it, or not nothing to it, but if there's very little to it but just a simple premise, it will get tired quickly. Now, the thing is, you're right. It's all about the company. Yes, the game is still doing well now. There's still concurrent numbers that are still hitting, they're hitting substantial numbers still, especially particularly on Steam, where the majority of sales of Helldivers 2 were. But we're talking not about that. And we're not talking about PlayStation a year and a half ago. We're talking about Xbox players now. Right? We're ignore the Steam and PlayStation players. They already bought the game. All right, we're just trying to put a microscope on specifically the Xbox community, and I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be 5 reasons I already mentioned off the top of my head as to why I don't think it will carry over. Now, I'm going to be playing it tomorrow. I want to see who jumps on and who gets in there. We're gonna have some fun, have a few laughs, do it or whatever. Getting together with the community, with my fellow maggots and everything else from the channel. We're gonna have a great time. But
are you streaming it, Meg, or no?
Nah, I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I might stream it, maybe.
But let me know. Well, let me know when you jump in there. I would like to jump in not only to regain my glory, but also to just see what a lot of the people in the community are saying. It'd be interesting.
It'd be interesting to see.
Yes, so Singer, go ahead.
Oh, here comes Mouth of the South. All right, there. Go ahead, Mooch.
Go ahead, Death Singer. Let's hear it.
Oh, who was that?
That was Death Singer.
Yeah.
I apologize.
On your Tarkov thing, it's
Yeah, Tarkov is multiplayer. I just looked it up. Oh, I said I didn't know. When I watch like Summit 1G or those guys playing, they're playing solo. So I've always anyone I watch on stream that's playing that game, they're playing it solo. So I've not played it.
You're playing it solo, but it's an MMO, right? So you might not have people around you going around doing quests.
There's other active players. Yes.
It's not like a battle royale. It's it's like the Division, the Gray Zone, or whatever it is, the Dark Zone,
right,
or whatever.
Right, but it's still it's an extraction game, right? And it's basically what Marathon, right? Marathon is going for.
It is massive, but it's there's not that many extraction shooters. So I mean, and the way Bungie is acting with Marathon, I don't know. I wish them the best. but I don't think that's going to turn out too well, in my personal opinion. But
I think Meg made a good point. Is he said and B, welcome to the show, buddy. I think the one thing for Helldivers 2 to really kind of make it here is that it needs that story base. And when I say story base, I don't mean what Concord did with tune in this week for this little half hour or 2 minutes action. I mean, it has to have that lore that keeps people wanting to get further into the story and dive into this world and extract these things because you're saving this or doing that, right? I'm just saying, listen, I'm not a game developer and I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express last night. I'm not saying that's the case, but
it just needs meaningful updates with gameplay, new gameplay features, new maps, new stuff to do, because you don't really need the story like that in that game. Because people just want to, team up with your friends, go dive and survive. But what you have to do is keep it fresh, right? So you need to keep people coming in with new DLC.
I think that's hard with Extraction, though. I think it's real hard with Extraction.
No, you could do it. I think they could do it because, look what happened when they did the DLC announcement.
It's easier for them to do it with that game because that game is just a co-op game. You're not going against a PvP. It's not PvP. So
that's true.
It's not a general extraction game like we would look at Tarkov or we would look at Marathon or even Arc Raiders.
I thought Marathon was going to have other players in the world with you. You'll be playing PvE and PvP, right? It'll be both.
Right. That's what I'm saying. All those games offer PvP where
Helldivers does not.
This game doesn't. Yeah, Helldivers.
Okay. I see your reference. I apologize. Co-op. Yes, it is strictly just co-op, and it's you versus the world with your friends. That's it. Bang. And yeah, that is it. That's
the biggest fluff with that game, if in my opinion. I think the cave DLC is really exciting because it's really fresh, and that's what we want. That's releasing in a couple of days, but I do think they've got the perfect gunplay for a milsim kind of PvP tactical shooter, and they committed right at the get-go. They said our game is all about coming together, and it's like, well, all right, I get that, and it's great and all, but it does get a bit samey after a while, lads. I mean, I still think the first game held people's attention more for longer. Of those who played it, it didn't attract as many players initially, no, but there was something about the first game that kind of had a bit more meat to the bones, I guess you could say. But they really do. I really would like them to kind of hopefully view Arc Raiders as a healthy competition and introduce perhaps more extraction looter dynamics because it is an extraction game to a degree, but there's just not a lot of depth to that mechanic, and perhaps maybe even a PvP or a PvPvE mode, which I think would be really cool. Like you've got democracy and then you've got people who have defected, I don't know, like you could come up with a really funny kind of narrative to kind of justify it. Or not even defected cowards who have I don't know ran in the line of battle, and in your kind of it's cowards versus patriots or something like that. Like I don't know. You could come up with great narratives, but I'm rambling. I'm tired.
Actually, Mooch. The thing about it is the devs have cleverly done it where they've tied in, like, for example, the invasion, right? And it's like, the last city on Super Earth. We need all Helldivers to come and help defend the cities. And people will jump in the game, and it's all over Twitter. It's all over the place. Where they set it up where it's like, okay, so the Chinese held this city. The Chinese specific players held this city for ages. Like China was one of the last countries left. Like they stood there, and then obviously, they came over to help the American players because they had it separated like that.
Okay,
and it was just like they got different countries, whole bunch of gamers all working together to try and defend Earth. So I think they have mastered being able to get the players to group together and do something, and the players go along with it and they love it. So it's a combination between the devs going, right, all of you do this, and all the players are like, yeah, we'll go do this. And then you could keep updating them. You could be like, this is the state of the city, how much of the city has fallen. It's a whole thing between the devs and the players. So it's, they got a unique thing going on.
Okay, no, I think
the players.
I think you're right, but I do think that, like you say, Tarkov and Marathon. I know a lot of people are really down on Marathon. I think they're going to go back to they'll go back to the drawing board and do what they have to do. And now you have
Destiny 3 is what they need to do.
But. Well, maybe, but they could probably use a little Destiny love right into Marathon. I think there's, and now with PlayStation having their say. And kind of helping them out a bit in that retrospect, maybe giving them some help in the management area, because I don't think they were getting that. I think the creativity is there, but management was lacking. We'll see what happens as time moves on there. But B, I guess while I got you here real quick, I do want to talk to you and Nib a lot about the whole PS6 thing, because there was a lot of back and forth today that was happening on X. But I guess before we move on from Helldivers, last question for B would be, do you think that what does Sony have to see here, B, to encourage a successful number that would get them to put another live service game on Xbox moving forward, like a fair games type of situation? I use that because I think that's one of the next ones that may be coming down the road. We know Marathon's going on Xbox, so that's not worth talking about. But will they put another game out there if they only sell 100K or 150K or 200,000 copies? Is that enough, or do they need to see something more substantial?
I don't think they need to see anything more than that. I think for them, it's all about gaining the players and gaining the information from players.
Yep.
So I think, going forward, we should just expect anything that is live service to be on just about any platform that they can put it on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's my expectation, and I hope that's kind of the expectation that most people have going forward.
Yep.
I don't think they need to see 5 million sold on Xbox to continue to put games over there.
Okay. No, it's fair.
At the end of the day, they've been talking about
Yep.
the engagement, and I think that's really what they're worried about. I think they're looking to gain more information from players. So whether it's 100,000 or a million players, I think all of them are going to be appreciated regardless. So.
Yeah, the one thing that I think
just expect anything that's live service to be over there.
I'm glad you just said that. I was going to say that's what I kind of want to bring to the forefront here, and I was saying that a lot on a couple episodes here, and I've been saying it on X to a few people, especially in the DMs that are like running and like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. We have now entered an era in gaming where it was just Xbox owned these few companies, PlayStation owned these few companies, and everything was just on their respective platforms. Xbox has since gone out and bought Bethesda. Guys, take that under consideration. Bethesda, they bought Activision, okay, ABK. Sony's gone out and bought Bungie. Sony's gone out and bought, of course, smaller, Blue Point and things like that. They're not gonna. That's not the same headline. They're not trying to make the one for one there at all. But with all that money spent from these companies, when it's a multiplayer game, hear what it's all about, guys. Multiplayer, it makes sense. It does make sense. Like, there's no way around it. You can't say it's not what it was in the 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One era. It's a different era right now on all sides, all fronts. Nintendo didn't go out and buy EA. If Nintendo goes out and buys EA, they're still going to put, Battlefield everywhere, right? I mean, just play along with that notion. They went out and spent this kind of money. They're now going to want to say, multiplayer, we need as many players as possible. That makes sense, B. So that's really what you said. That you were like, I've been trying to portray this. I see you on X. You've been talking to a lot of PlayStation guys, being like, guys, you do got to understand where this is coming from, right? And, so let me ask you this question, because God Emperor Silver King listens to any Xbox broadcast that goes on, and then he's like, that's gospel, be money. So the next thing that people are saying in the Xbox camp is that Returnal and Spider-Man and God of War and Uncharted and everything. Now, because of what we just said with Helldivers 2 and multiplayer games, Returnal is also going to be making its way to Xbox. Be money. When you hear those types of games, what do you think of that?
I mean, when you hear Returnal, it puts a thought in your mind that it could be possible.
Sure.
But I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, one of the things I've been saying since the beginning of the generation, people keep trying to deny these facts, is that the PS5 games that are only on PS5 that come from first party, those games have not been selling well. And I've been saying this since the beginning of the generation.
Yes, you have.
People are not buying those games. That's just facts. We started with Demon's Souls remake.
Yep.
Didn't sell that well.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to Ratchet and Clank. Didn't sell that well. Returnal didn't sell that well. All the other games that we can mention were cross-platform. They were released on PS4 and PS5. And they did do numbers.
Yes, they did.
But the PS5 games have not sold well, and that's just facts. Most people are playing the third-party games, and that's why third-party is leading in revenue for PlayStation. 10 games make up most of the revenue.
Yep.
On the platform. It's not the exclusive games. That's just a fact. So, I mean, when you look at a game like Returnal, I mean, it's possible. Like I said, I don't think it's very likely.
Well, that's it. I look at
Spider-Man and the deal that they have with the the licensing and things like that. That you look at that, like, that could be a possibility. But when you think of Spider-Man, Sony wants you to think of Spider-Man being their property.
That's right.
It's the reason why they just keep putting out all these shitty ass Spider-Man movies to keep that licensing.
That's right.
They want you to think, when you think of Spider-Man, you think of Sony.
That's right.
And I mean, I just don't see that happening. But like I said, with all the other multiplayer stuff, it's going to happen. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, Can I chime in real quick?
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just piggyback off of what B Money just said. And B, by the way, I'm sure you're happy about the Packers getting Micah Parsons, but what kind of piggyback off what B said about, they want you to think, right, when you think of PlayStation, that the brand that Spider-Man is tightly coupled to the brand, right? And this is the I can't believe people didn't get the Air Jordan analogy I was making. And by the way, analogies aren't one-to-one. That's the other thing that's kind of interesting. People don't understand what an analogy actually, or how analogy actually works. But no, I mean, it's to B's point. Like, there's value in that for Sony. They want you to think that Spider-Man is associated with the PlayStation brand, and that's the only place you can play PlayStation or the Spider-Man game.
And it is.
It's one of the most
currently.
It's one of the most marketable, well-known comic book franchises in history. Like, it is extremely popular, and so that's a lot of brand power for Sony for PlayStation, and there's value in that. Just like Air Jordan holds tremendous value for Nike, because there's a knock-on effect of that, right?
Right.
You go to the Nike app, you buy, and I know people are like, "Oh, you don't have to buy a $500 console." Look, that's fine. If you don't want, I get it. I understand that argument. If you don't want to buy a $500 console to play Spider, I get it. There's people that don't want to spend the extra money because they made a choice as a consumer to buy another platform. I get that. However, there are other people that are in the ecosystem, PlayStation ecosystem, that value those curated experiences, that value having Spider-Man. That's why they buy a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 6 or whatever the next PlayStation is going to be. They do that because for them, that investment is worth it, because they get to play I keep saying PlayStation. They get to play Spider-Man. So there's a lot of, and the knock-on effect of that too. And it's interesting. People say that, well, they'll sell more copies putting Spider-Man 2 elsewhere. And there's that narrative from the cabal that Spider-Man doesn't sell, and then Spider-Man charts NPD the month of July. It's in the top 20. Right. And it was actually 21st or 22nd the month before. The game's 2 years old. It's still selling. So that tells you something,
well,
right?
That's it. So when you take the branding, what you're talking about, and what B Money was saying, and by the way, welcome Slow-Mo back up to the show too. Welcome Slow-Mo.
Yeah. I do want to chime in and challenge B Money as well a little bit, but
no, and I want to hear what you got to say.
I already know what Nib's going to say.
When you
I'm
have
thinking the exact same
okay,
thing.
well, no, that's fine. I want to Nib. I want to hear it. Willie, I want to hear you guys too. I just want to say I kind of agree with what Brap's saying. There is a correlation, and there's a 1-to-1 ratio here where you put the Spider-Man name or any God of War with the PlayStation. The 50,000, 100,000. The thing that I guess a lot of people, there's two ways to look at it. you could say Sony doesn't look at Xbox as a competitor anymore because, well, Xbox is really kind of just putting their hands in the air when it comes to their console and their platform right now. Their hardware's been declining nonstop quarter after quarter for almost 2 years. So that's fine. But realistically, that little bit of money that they would make on a Spider-Man going to Xbox, it doesn't hold water. It would only just kind of take away from the branding of the PlayStation. It would actually be, I think it would be a counter effect in a negative fashion.
So the other thing I've been trying to get people to understand and how ecosystems work, the goal of that ecosystem is to bring people in, to keep people in the ecosystem. And if you're in the Apple ecosystem, you probably live this, right?
That's right.
Is for you to buy more stuff. So when people say, "Oh, the only way to get more MAU is to go beyond the platform," okay. Well, the problem with that is that a singular retail sale of, say, God of War at $70 on Xbox may not be as valuable to Sony, right, as somebody buying the $70 version of God of War inside or from the PlayStation 5 storefront, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now they're not having to split revenue.
That's right.
Now they're also now they got you in the store, so now it's a knock-on effect. It's now you bought God of War. Now you're buying, I don't know, the next you're buying Borderlands, the next Borderlands.
NCAA.
Right,
exactly.
Because you got to think, most gamers, like if we just looking at the stats, most people only buy the attach rate is super low when it comes to consoles. Mm-hmm. So most people only buy like the one big game that everybody's talking about. So if that one big game is Spider-Man or that one big game is God of War, they'll buy that game. The other times, they're playing Madden, they're playing 2K, or they're playing some free-to-play game. That's just facts.
Yeah.
So if Spider-Man got you there, or God of War got you there, or The Last of Us, or any other Sony first-party game, and this can be said about any other console, if that game is the one that got you there, all the other games are going to keep you there.
That's right.
The Maddens, the 2Ks, the NCAAs, the whatever other games that gamer is interested in. That's why that the exclusive matters, because it pulled you to the console, and everything else you're buying at that store.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. And not only that, B-Money, now they're selling you the DualSense headset, the DualSense Edge. They're selling you the PlayStation Portal.
Right. PSVR 2.
Yeah, PSVR 2. If this handheld thing is true, they're selling you a handheld now.
Yep.
And they're doing that because that MAU inside their ecosystem is probably more valuable than that person who's on PC or on Xbox that may only buy one game, right? And I'm talking about single player games. Because there's a distinction. It does make sense live service because you can monetize them without them being inside the ecosystem because of the economics of live service games and how those work.
Right.
Single player games a different story.
Yep.
Right. It's only a one-off. There's no other way to monetize them outside of your ecosystem. And the further away they get, like a consumer gets away from that PlayStation store, the less valuable it is for them to. The less valuable that consumer is to Sony, and that's just so that's why they do these. That's why they have these exclusives, and that's why they want to keep the Spider-Man brand associated with PlayStation, because they want to keep people in the ecosystem, and then they want to get people into the ecosystem, new people, so they can just sell them more stuff. It's that simple. Apple does it.
Yeah, I kind of see where both of you are going. Nib, what's your counter, Nib? I'm really interested to hear it, honestly.
No, so
Nib
I
doesn't believe in ecosystems.
No. So what he said about, obviously, like, exclusivity is what brings people in. Because if you can play Call of Duty Warzone and NBA 2K and Madden and FIFA on both an Xbox and PlayStation,
yes, what
is the thing drawing you to one platform over the other? It's the exclusives.
Absolutely.
But I think where people slip up is one, this notion that every game has to sell gangbusters to have sold well. But I do see, I'm not saying B-Money, but I see on social media all the time, like, Street Fighter selling 1 million, 1.5 million, in its first week or 2 weeks or whatever, or month, on every platform will be celebrated, or like Dragon's Dogma 2, but then an exclusive selling the same in the same period of time will be looked on as poor sales, whether it's done it on one platform. And even though, like, it's true that the majority of PlayStation revenue is from those live service games, exclusivity is additive revenue, and it's the thing that keeps people within the ecosystem, right? Which is what's getting them that big revenue from the multi-platform games to begin with. Because if you can't incentivize people to come over, then they're just going to be making that revenue on another platform instead. Like Xbox will be making whoever else, or Steam. But in terms of like, we're talking about the PS5 only games. Returnal's attach rate was 7.5%. That's obscenely high. Most exclusives, most games outside of Nintendo, evergreen, massive titles. Obviously, not every game has to sell like that. Is obscenely high, 7.5% attach rate. Most games are below 3%, and it's still considered a success. So even though it didn't sell that much, you have to keep in mind that it sold it when there was no install at all, right? So at the time Returnal came out, there were barely any PS5s on the market.
It was hard to get one at the time, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was hard to get them. I think it still went on sell. I think the last figure I had was 1 million, but it was selling at a good cadence. Again, same with Demon's Souls, out the gate strong for the install base. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, in the Insomniac leaked documentation, they actually said they reached profitability in the first month. They also, within a year and a half of sales, it was at 4.1 million, or just under 2 years, basically, 4.1 million. That's on a single platform. And just to put it into context, it is now going to be the second best-selling Ratchet & Clank game of all time. And by the end of the generation, I can guarantee you it will be the best-selling Ratchet & Clank, just based on the cadence of sales. So we can't say the best-selling Ratchet & Clank game of all time did not sell well. Not only was it profitable in a single month, but it's going to end up being the best-selling in a long, sordid franchise. And just to give a bit more context, it took Crash Bandicoot 4, the newer release, it released in 2020. It took that game 4 years to sell 5 million on all the platforms. Ratchet & Clank sold 4-point-something million in less than 2. And we're still saying that didn't sell well. Like, it's the context that matters. Like, again, not everything is going to sell like the best-selling games in the world. There are, 3,800 games on the PlayStation 5 platform. Even if several million is within the upper echelon. And ultimately, profitability is what matters most. So that's the one thing. And then in terms of like, exclusivity and charting and stuff, like I put a tweet out on it. Again, you can check the data like on my Twitter. I always include every source for every point I make. I included every Sakana chart up to date. So in the last 12 years, 34 Nintendo exclusives have charted in the year-to-date annual sales. So not just like single month, but the whole year of sales to be the best-selling among the top 20 best-selling games of the entire year. Keep in mind, hundreds of games release every year. So Nintendo has had 34 exclusives chart. PlayStation has had 19 exclusives chart, and Xbox has had 4 exclusives chart.
How many? 4?
4.
Okay.
4. The only one of the recent sort of decade or generation is Starfield. Weirdly enough, not even Forza Horizon 5 charted in the year to date. Originally it did, but with Matt Piscatella, he put out like updated charts with digital and everything else included. He put updated charts, I think, last year, and Forza Horizon 5 fell out of the top 20 once.
But the 10 million players, Nib, the 10 million players.
Yeah. So
bro.
then the other thing I was going to say, I was just going to go back. I've got the figure now. So fiscal year 2023-24 PlayStation financials, first party software. Remember, first party does not include third party exclusives. So stuff like Final Fantasy Rebirth or Final Fantasy 16, those kind of titles, which still sell really well. Like, Final Fantasy 16 sold 3 million in 5 days on PS5. That does not count towards this. So first party sales were accounted for 13% of all software sold in fiscal year 2023-24 for PlayStation. And again, just to bring some context in, first party titles make up 1.8% of the total library. 1.8% of the total library, 13% of actual sales. So that means people clearly are buying these systems also for first-party games, because there's massive overrepresentation of sales of first-party games relative to the number of titles they make up. And I can give further evidence to that. CMA during the FTC, all of that stuff, the acquisition, they put out their own surveys, and the people they surveyed said of PlayStation customers, 69% of them chose a PlayStation for the first-party exclusives. 69% of them. The highest...
It's the differentiator. Go figure.
It's the differentiator, yeah. Like, the highest was multi-platform games, like Call of Duty, etc., FIFA, but the second most prominent reason, first-party exclusives, which makes sense. It's like, okay, I want to play Call of Duty, I want to play FIFA, but what else can I get that the other platform doesn't have? Okay, Spider-Man. And it doesn't mean that every exclusive has to sell big numbers. Like, the whole point of exclusivity is it's a compound thing, right?
Yep.
The more exclusives you have, the more different pockets of demographics you draw in. So, Astro Bot sells, like, say, 5 million, and this sells 5 million, and another game sells 10 million, and GT7, I think, is up to 14 million now, and Helldivers. And the point is, it's a compound effect. So then across your, 10, 15 exclusives, suddenly you've drawn in your 50 million people, right?
Yep.
It doesn't mean that everyone of the 80 million PS5 owners is going to jump out and buy this particular exclusives, but different portions and different pockets with. And as B Money rightfully said, the reality is consumers don't buy many games. They only buy 1 to 3 games a year.
That's right.
So you just have to hit that niche. You just have to hit enough to draw that, person over who might not play games that much, but maybe it is an Astro Bot that they like. Maybe it is, that other niche title. But yeah, Spider-Man, then you have your evergreen sort of casual games, that casual zeitgeist games, which is a Spider-Man 2. Still charting in the top 20 of Circana. 2.5, whatever. When did it release? 2023, I think. So 2 years after release, it's still in the bloody top selling games.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Even Last of Us 2 and stuff is still charting periodically, and these other games. So they're the like cultural zeitgeist games that sell as much as like a Call of Duty does on PS5 when you only account for PlayStation sales and you take out multi-platform sales. Because remember, in these charts, when we see multi-platform games chart, that's combining 3 different platforms. So it's never really a fair assessment. If you were to take just the PlayStation sales of that game and compare it with PlayStation sales of other games, you see things are much more competitive. Like a Call of Duty, if it sells on average between 16 million and 33 million copies on all platforms, and PlayStation used to account for 50% of them, that means they're selling, 8 to 16 million on PlayStation, whereas like an Uncharted 4, even though it's not annualized, Uncharted 4 sold 18. God of War sold 26 million.
Yeah.
Spider-Man sold 20-something million. So they're actually selling more than Call of Duty, over time. It's just we don't notice that because it's one platform versus 3.
And it's funny because B Money and Nib both making great cases, and honestly, I'm sitting here listening to all these statistics, and Nib, I follow what you're saying there. Mike, my next, this is just something, maybe it's rhetorical. I think there's no answer here. Yes or why doesn't PlayStation come out and say yes, we're going to do this, or no, we're not going to do that? Like they see the news and the traffic and and I'm not talking about, you might go, come on, Mooch, they're not going to answer a podcast question, but the news runs with it. Like you see the gaming media, and the gaming media is sitting at all of these functions with the Sony folks at all of these things. How come they? You know what I'm saying, Brad? Why don't they just say?
It's just noise.
I mean, is that what it is? And that's fine. That is that's an answer. That's fine.
Because if we look, what's really fascinating is we never have this conversation around Nintendo, and people say, "Oh, it's the old way."
Right.
Well, I mean, if anyone's really doing the old way, it's Nintendo. But Nintendo's successful at what they do, and they they have, like Nib said, they have insane profit margins on their games, but they also don't generate the amount of revenue that PlayStation and Xbox do. But the other thing that people forget about with exclusivity and exclusives, and the one point I might disagree with a little bit is that I think that exclusives, like when we were growing up, right, gaming years ago, like decades ago, I'm aging myself here, but exclusives were like the primary driver. I don't think they're the primary driver, but they still are a driver. I think there's other things that people look at as relates to jumping into an ecosystem. Part of that's like where are my friends, right?
Right.
But
it's the chicken or the egg, right? Where are my friends? Well, where did your friends go? Your friends went to this console because it has Spider-Man, right? So because of Spider-Man, that's where they went. So it's chicken or the egg. I get that. I get that.
Yeah, and what brought your friends there, right? It wasn't their friends. Something brought someone there. And I always joke around. There must be a PlayStation Moses somewhere, right, leading his people to the promised land. But no. And the other thing that people forget about, because the kind of what I find a bit disingenuous with this argument about, oh, look what the Totoki said. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's fair to have a conversation around the cost of AAA game development, right? Like it can't keep skyrocketing, right? But but people seem to assume that the only way you address those costs or you increase profit margin is by putting games everywhere. And it's like, no, that's actually not true. That's actually additional lift and additional cost of resources. But there's other ways to control costs. You do what Totoki said, and if you've listened to some of the what's come out of PlayStation recently, their financials, like I think their profit margins are up. I think they're up. I think it's 6.9. I forget the number. Maybe Nim knows, but anyhow, but there's cost control measures that you can actually put in place outside of putting your games everywhere. You can tell your developers, hey, like, we're not doing $300 million budget games anymore. We're not doing that. We're going to put you on strict time constraints.
Just to add context, do you know what their operating income, how much it was up this last quarter? Take a guess.
What was it like? Is it that 167% number?
127%.
Yeah.
Thank you. I knew. Yeah, it's and that's huge, right? And so and again, people forget. I don't know how we forgot the word. Remember the metaverse, right? Like, Nintendo's masters of this. Nintendo has theme parks, right? Nintendo has a Mario movie. There are ways to monetize off your gaming IPs outside of being able to put them, or outside of putting them on other platforms. Well, other gaming platforms. You can actually take those IPs that have value and do a show like Last of Us on HBO Max.
Yeah, or Twisted Metal. Yeah.
Twisted Metal. You could do another. Did someone say shitty Spider-Man movies? You can do that. I mean, and you can monetize. I mean, it's so funny. Like Logic, and I don't know, Mooch, if you ever watched Spaceballs.
Of course.
But do you remember Yogurt when he made that joke? Mel Brooks is trying to tell us the secret to this whole thing, right? The whole like entertainment medium it's not about the movie, it's about the merch.
It's the merch.
That's where you make your money. It's the merch. That's what he says.
You're not wrong. He's not wrong. No.
And so there's other ways to monetize these games to make them even more, to make these license or these IPs more valuable, more profitable.
That's a great point.
To help some of the cost of development, and part of that is investing in television, merch, movies,
remasters,
remasters.
Yeah, lots of remasters, remakes, unfortunately. But they I mean, look, they sell well. The market responds to them in a very positive way. And so as long as the market's responding to those remasters or remakes, as much as we may complain about them, they're still going to do them. Yeah. But they do them because
the numbers were phenomenal with that. When you look at didn't Last of Us, did it chart again, Nib, after they did the remaster?
Yes, it did. Someone I forgot what I actually put it on I made a tweet. This entertainment analyst, he covers, he said that Last of Us 2 actually, because of the show, added 2.1 million additional sales.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
I know we don't have a Last of Us 2 sales update. It's
nobody wants to hear this, but I bet that's more sales than you would have got if you put it on Xbox. So I'm just,
probably. But you were saying, why doesn't PlayStation come out and?
Yeah, why don't they just come out and say, we're not putting our single-player games anywhere? Not Xbox, but we're not putting them anywhere. If you would like, this is old school mentality, right? Maybe it's the Italian in me. If you want this product that I make, you have to buy this. That's it.
So I was, the thing I was going to say is...
basic economics, Mooch. It's supply and demand.
Yeah, but right? I don't think they know yet about future plans. But the things they are doing, they've actually already outlined for years. Like, it's really weird because, and I know, there's some guys on the PlayStation side, because I remember someone, I think it was Portal Rock, he made a tweet and he said, PlayStation fans are going to say it's part of their experimental, phase.
Right.
But I was like, but that's literally what they told us. So if I quote PlayStation and say, they said they're going to do more experimental releases to see if it can draw more people or draw more revenue or whatever, and then they have Lego Horizons, and they have Helldivers 2 on Xbox almost immediately after, like within the year, then you take their word at face value. They said they're going to try some experimental releases, and immediately we have 2 out the gate that are, unconventional for PlayStation. So that obviously aligns with what they're telling us.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about how are they going to increase user engagement, revenue, new people to the platform. Well, literally, they're doing the things they've been saying for 2 years through cross-pollination of other mediums, shows, etc., etc. I've already just given you a stat that shows it worked with Last of Us, right? 2.1 million sales in a few months post season 2 launch. And then you have other things like they're expanding in other territories through China Hero Project, Indio Hero Project, etc. Middle Eastern, there's a lot of marketing out in the Middle East. When I was in Dubai twice, I saw some.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up China Hero Project. We talk about this on BRAP, which goes live every Wednesday night, 9 p.m.
Great plug.
We talked about this last night.
Great plug.
Shameless plug. But Dave, why is it, and this is, I think people miss this point. Why do you think they're investing in these different markets?
I mean, to grow their user base over there and penetrate the market.
It's also an untapped market up until recent, right? When you talk
Exactly. I think like China only opened that side of things up. If I remember correctly, it was 2022.
Yeah, I was going to say less than 5 years ago.
Yeah. So post 2022, like suddenly there's now a market that PC dominates. They can start making inroads on the console side. And they've kind of been ahead of the game compared to the other platforms, just as they were in Europe as well. Because Europe, back in the day when gaming started, it was mostly a Japanese market and United States market, and it was PlayStation that's why they bought Psygnosis, was to penetrate the European market, because Psygnosis was really big in Europe. And actually, because of what's his name, who left, the CEO, the old dude. Anyway, PlayStation, he was one of the people who pioneered them into the European market, and they're kind of trying that same thing in these other emergent markets, and they're really wise to do so, because it only takes like a Black Myth Wukong or a Lost Soul Aside that ends up being like a cultural zeitgeist, and if it's only available on the one other console or whatever, suddenly people who might not who've been traditional PC gamers, they may want to invest in the PS5, and we see he came on this show actually, Mooch. He works for a game industry biz freelancer.
Yes,
he's in the Chinese market, and he's always posting, doing so much aggressive sales out there. And he's even saying like PlayStation 5 is routinely selling out in China, which is why they're trying to pull more resources more over to there. And I always make this point about like there's so many new customers coming to PS5, like 42% of that record-breaking quarter had never owned a PlayStation or PS4. 1/3 a few years ago, over 1/3 of PS5 owners never owned a PS4. So where are they coming from? They're coming from other platforms. They're coming from cross-pollination of media. They're coming from emergent markets.
Yep.
So PlayStation knows what they're doing, and even with the PS6,
I actually think that's why PS6 rumors holds weight with the handheld. They're kind of homogenizing, if that's the correct word. The kind of accessibility window, like the different windows into gaming, by having the handheld, the dockable, and the beast kind of
right.
And I think technology is getting to the point now. Now that the SSD tech is kind of a staple, is a nobody has a HDD anymore except PC gamers like Death Singer, and no, but seriously, like,
I have real ray tracing and over 100 FPS. But...
Yeah.
He says real ray tracing, like ray tracing.
Real ray tracing, yeah.
That's not real ray tracing.
I mean, have you seen ray tracing on
RC, Death Singer?
Have you seen the comparison of Spider-Man PC and PlayStation with ray tracing? Point made. Case closed. Keep it moving.
It's better in Spider-Man 2, by the way, just so you know.
No, it's not. PC is much. Clearly, we're watching a different thing.
We'll have to have a sidebar on that one.
Spider-Man 1.
Right, well, finish your point, Willie, because you did a great segue into the PS6 information, and
I was just going to say, I think now the benefits of exclusively kind of if they can keep the kind of the SKU either I guess you could say almost autonomous, if they could keep the oh mate, it's so late, my brain is not working, I hate it when this happens. Are you there?
We're here, buddy. We hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, we hear you.
Look, you're trying to buy more time.
That threw me out. Yeah. No. But I think if they can keep the oh my days, what's the word, Nib? You know what I'm trying to say? The not the SKU, the
unique selling point, USP.
No. Oh man! It basically the software, the way the games work, the SOC, the
SDK,
way the games. I guess, yeah.
The game development kit.
Yeah. If they can keep the game development kit and the way the IO, the way the game runs. The same, mate. My brain is fried.
No, I hear what you're saying. I think when it comes down to it, well, you want to make sure that whatever they're doing with different SKUs doesn't take away from what the powerhouse PS6 is going to be capable of.
So if it's not like building for two completely different units, it's not like the Xbox Series S scenario where they've got.
B Money actually online today. B, you I can't remember if you were talking to Nib or who you were talking to, but B, I think it was you.
I disagree with this, but we'll get onto it.
No, I want to hear it because B had said that he thought that it wouldn't be a problem. Go ahead.
I do think it will be a problem because ultimately it will affect the high end experience, the higher end. But will it affect the higher end experience to the degree that the Series S has the Xbox Series X? I don't think that it will, purely because we've kind of advanced to a point now where, the SSD tech is now at the stage that it needs to be, and the AI.
It wasn't. Here's the thing, though, Willie. When it comes down to it, B Money, and I think we have Slow Mo here to really, and Slow Mo, I always try. I give you credit because it's not you always say, Mooch, it's not my field. You're like, don't put me in that spot. But Slow Mo knows this part of the world a little bit more. But B, I don't want to take words and put them into your mouth. You had said something about, you said between what Mark Cerny and the folks over at PlayStation have seen and what happened with the S versus the X and the Xbox Series consoles. The one thing that you were alleviated to see was that the RAM and memory and that such will still stay on par through these different units, these different SKUs on the PS6, which is what was the big gap, I believe, from the X to the SP. What you kind of nailed that, and then I'll let Slow-Mo kind of maybe explain it better than I did.
Well, I'll let Snowmo go first because he's been waiting a while to talk.
Yeah, all right, B, because you did a good job too, though, B. I just want to give credit where credit's due. But Slow-Mo, you know what I'm talking about. Like, if the RAM is matching, I'm not saying that there's not going to be a disparity. Of course, there is between the two if one has got a stronger GPU. But at the same time, what does PlayStation with these rumors that are out there? Do they have the same fate as the X and S from what you're seeing?
No, I haven't seen. It's been a pretty busy week for me with work, so I haven't been paying too much attention. I do know that Moore's Law came out with some information on their future hardware plans, and I haven't seen it in detail, so I can't speak on exactly like what it is. But what I will say this is that, and if there are any concerns in regards to a Series S kind of PS6 compared to the regular. There's two things that you need to make sure that you have that are either extremely similar or matching between both platforms to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think Xbox, when they attempted this back in 2020, they only took care of one. So it's the CPU and this your RAM. And the issue with RAM, or the available RAM on the Series S versus what's on the Series X, is the problem, and that has cropped up with multiple developers that they've spoken of how it doesn't mean the game can't run on that platform. It means that it takes additional time and development and optimization to get it running on the Xbox Series S, which is something that's just an inconvenience they don't really feel like dealing with when they're trying to get a game out on multiple platforms.
Right.
The CPU of the Series S and X are fairly similar. I need to double check it. They may be like as far as like exactly the same.
Right.
But if you get the same CPU with the same performance and similar memory, similar RAM going, you can have a GPU that's weaker in a Series S kind of PS6, and all the developer has to worry about is just the scaling of assets, the scaling of certain effects. Maybe this version's not going to have all the ray tracing on it. Maybe it'll have the fake ray tracing that the singer's talking about, whereas the PS6 will have, real ray tracing or whatever. Like you can kind of scale from there, because this is something that, like, I'm not a developer, but I've talked to developers a lot, and this is what they all consistently have told me, and especially the homie Optimus Code, rest in peace, talked on this big when the last generation was beginning, that the CPU is extremely important in making sure that, like, this is your baseline. This is where your foundation and where you're scaling from. You can't have a CPU that's significantly weaker than another one when you're trying to have, like, for example, 10 enemies on screen, but the game is tanking on the weaker version because the CPU can't write those instructions fast enough to the GPU to render that on screen. So what it just really comes down to is that they gotta have a CPU that in that Series S kind of PS6 that is on par with the standard, and they gotta have the memory. So if they got that, then they'll be straight.
And looking at it, that's exactly what's going on. And also, like, the CU count is something like 60% each CU is 60% more powerful than the base PS5, which is, I mean, if we're looking at a handheld, that's a dockable handheld, that's pretty nuts. And I do think that just to finish my point before, because I completely had a brain fart. Basically offering these three different formats, now that tech kind of diminishes the kind of diminishes the impact in game development cost between the three different I guess you could call it the three different SKUs or SDKs. You've got a position where you're basically appealing to a vast amount of different gamers. And people will say this sounds like copium, and I get that. It does kind of sound like copium if you purely going off a console war narrative. But when you're looking at the tech and you're breaking this down objectively, you're looking at the way technology is now going. You're looking at the rumored power over even the Asus ROG LIX is astronomical, like with this PS6 in a handheld form. You really, I'm pretty sure it's not any impact in development, in limiting the game development for the lowest end product is a lot more diminished than it would be in the case of the Series S with the Series X. But yeah.
No, I go ahead, Death Singer.
When I was looking at the specs, I'm still skeptical about the amount of RAM that they're claiming, but we'll see. But one thing I did notice is the RAM is significantly slower on the PS6S and the PS6, I guess, portable. That is one thing. 4 GB less, that doesn't matter, but the fact that speed is like it's less than half of what the PS6 is, and
What
the
kind
CPU,
of RAM is it?
It doesn't say what kind of RAM it is. I would imagine it'd be what DDR.
No, I don't know where you're getting the speed from.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting the speed from either.
Yeah, because I was reading that it's quicker than the one in the PS5 now.
Well, according to this,
they're using. I can tell you. They're using
I saw the spec.
Yeah, in Canis they're using LPDDR5X.
What RAM?
Yeah. Apparently, 24 to 36 gigabytes in the Canis. Canis is PlayStation Portable and the smaller device, the Series S version, and then up 40 gigs or more in the PS6.
Well, there's two conflicting things going on. They're both from Moore's law, because from Moore's law's actual thing compared to, because this guy has it from there, and it's obviously it's going to be 6 cores for the portable and the S, and then it's going to be 8 for the 6. And then obviously the CPU, the GPU is only 16 CU, and the PS6 is going to be 48. But then he has on the RAM is 36 gigs, 40 gigs on the PS6. But then also has 192-bit at 204 gigabytes a second RAM. Whereas I
don't know where you're getting the 204, because I watched the whole video. He didn't mention the bandwidth.
Well, evidently this person's wrong, because this person has a whole bunch of things on it, and he has most of it right, so I guess that's not right. So, okay, this guy's just completely wrong. Shout out to him. Although he did get most of it right, because he got the CPU and GPU right, so I don't know where he got...
Are you referring to somebody...
just go off Moore's law, his dad, because he's the source, and he's right there. Everyone can see it. People parroting Moore's law is dead. There's just no point in going to them as the source, because the MLID is literally right there with the info.
But either way, I think it's going to be interesting. The handheld might hold it back, though. I don't know how they're going to handle that situation.
I think here's the thing. Let me put it this way. I think it's funny because we can sit here and we can podcast. The only thing I would say is I tend to think that things are going to be just fine moving forward, and it's because, again, Xbox already did the blueprint of how not to do it, right? Like, this is what you don't do. You have games like Black Myth Wukong and other games that didn't come out because developers were having a hard time, right? Developing for it. And people were like, oh, no, it's not the developer. It was a money hat thing with Sony, yet at the same time, the game is just not running well on Xbox. Right, and I know that's what you want to talk about. This, it may not, maybe neither console edition is looking as good as the PC one. That's fine, that's an argument. But the PlayStation 5 one looks a lot better than the Xbox version. And
let's just remember who's designing the PS6. It's Cerny.
It's Cerny. That's what I'm saying. It is
Cerny, and he's gonna put his little sauce in there, and he's gonna do whatever. But it's like.
That's not what it's about, though, bro. It's about him talking with devs. That's what Cerny does. Cerny focuses on what devs want, and he's always done that. That's always been his mandate. And that, yes, he's an absolute genius, but he's also incredibly humble. He focuses on what devs. He listens to what devs want, and he does it. So I'm pretty sure the handheld's gonna be absolutely a lesson learned from the Series S in what devs do not want, and focus on what devs actually want.
Only thing I'd say to that, Wooly, is at the end of the day, he has to execute the best he can on the brief he's given.
Right.
Developers might say, we don't want a weaker hardware holding things back, but the PlayStation higher-ups may say, well, tough cookie, we want to broaden our market and appeal, so... Yes, obviously he's going to do the best he can, but it doesn't mean that these sort of strategy decisions are his ideal or what the developers want. Because I know as a developer, I would not want to have to develop for another fucking, another piece of hardware that is like kind of similar to performance as the PS5, but with different metrics and low power mode and all this other stuff.
But hear me out. What if Sony then said, "Okay, well, what do you want to make this as easy as possible for you to develop for that kit? And on top of that, what would you think? We project that the amount of new additional users who the handheld format appeals to, because you are amalgamating into the handheld market territory here. It's not like the Nintendo Switch. You're appealing to the Nintendo base here, as well as the it's not just the PC handheld base that you're appealing to. Microsoft are trying to appeal to the PC handheld enthusiast, appealing to the 3 or 4 million who are into that. PlayStation are looking to go for the handheld console market, i.e. the Nintendo Switch is dominating that. So imagine if you've got this entire new player base, more sales, that's quite appealing to devs. And what if it was literally, unlike Jason Ronald's poorly executed, you could pretty much say lie, where it was saying it's everything the Series X is, it's just scaled down. It's like, well, no, it wasn't that easy for devs to do that. They couldn't just scale it down. What if you could do that with this? What if it is just a matter of scaling it down easily?
I have a lot of thoughts on this. So I will preface by saying, like, I know that I'm a dinosaur, basically. Like, my preference is in how I like gaming and how I like game development and design to go is not how the industry is moving. So I understand that. Like, you know, what's good for business may not necessarily be what is my preference. So my thing is like cut cross-gen as soon as humanly possible. You know, because I want games designed from the ground up for the best, for the, you know, the highest end console hardware available. Obviously, you need to have a cutoff at some point. So, you know, you can't design for like a 5080 because there's not enough people who own a 5080 or a 5090 or whatever. So, you know, there's some concessions. I think the consoles, like the PS5 and Series X, and then the next one up and the next, so on and so forth, that's been a good baseline. I dislike the fact that the Series S reduced that baseline. And I vehemently dislike the fact that future handhelds could potentially hold that baseline for even longer. Like, to me, the notion that something as performant as the PS5, which already is not performant enough, in my opinion, these consoles are not powerful enough as is, especially for Unreal Engine 5, right? So the fact that something that is as powerful as like a PS5 could be the baseline for 14 fucking years, that does my head in, honestly. Really, and the thing, and I get it. Like, they're going to have more RAM. The CPU is going to be more performant. I think I read that the Zen 6C core is going to be 50% faster than the Zen 2 core in a PS5. Great, CPU sorted. RAM, you know, 32 gigabytes in the Canis, and
lower resolution screen.
Yeah, 40 gigabytes in the Orion. Again, perfect. Not going to run into that issue. But as several developers have already complained about, the RAM is not the only issue in the Series S. The GPU compute is another issue that multiple developers have also complained about. From Remedy, I think there's 3 different developers who have potentially broken NDA. In fact, one actually said, we're not having issue with the memory at all. We're having issue with the GPU. So
isn't that to do with the clock speed though of the GPU, because it's incredibly low?
No, I think it's the compute performance, because, you know, again, teraflops is nothing to do with the compute, but just to give an indicator, like obviously 4 teraflops versus 12.1, like 56 compute units versus however many the series. It's a huge gulf. So, you know, like even like say for example, you want your game to have like a baseline of a certain degree of ray tracing. You might not be able to do it because one of the consoles might not be able to have ray tracing as a baseline. So suddenly you have to design the art assets and everything around not having it. And I think that for me is going to be, even though I agree with you, it's definitely not going to be as much of an issue as with Series S, because the bottlenecks they're kind of
party's going to suffer majorly.
They are, and this is the thing.
Most developers are not designing around ray tracing, at least not right now. So, like, there's only been like less than a handful of developers that have designed their entire game around ray tracing.
But we're talking for the next.
What we get is.
But we're talking from 2027 to like 2036, right? So we're talking like for the next decade of gaming, not like today. So to me, when I think of like next gen gaming, the fact that we're going to be kind of muddying in this fucking shit for another 10 years annoys me, because my like aspiration, so to speak, again, speaking with developers themselves, so many developers like want to do away with traditional lighting and hand curated lighting. I mean, like, when artists have to set the light sources and all this and the shadows and the, baked lighting and GI and all this other stuff. It's painstaking work. Like, it takes so much time to manually do all this stuff because you can't have everything dynamic. And it adds a lot of development time. So like a dream of a lot of developers would be to have path tracing as the default, because path tracing is basically like real life bounce lighting. You don't have to program in all these things and manually do the lighting assets and everything else. It's just automatic. It's just realistic. And we're not going to get that now because of Canis, basically. Because the PS6S and the PS6,
we weren't going to get that. We're going to get that now. Whether Canis was the way it was.
That's
right.
No. So it's
path tracing is awesome. Look, I play Cyberpunk on PC only on path tracing. It looks beautiful. It's amazing. On my 4080 Super, I gotta turn on frame generation. I gotta go down to DLSS balance. I have to, and that's if I want, and I'm playing on the 4K model, for sure. So like if I drop down to a lower resolution, I wouldn't have to do everything just to make sure that I maintain over 60 FPS. But what I'm saying here is that like the chances of having a developer, which they all are going to be developing around consoles, like whatever console, that's going to be their baseline. This is going to be how they're going to worry about.
I'm not talking about multi-platform. I'm talking about PS5, PS6 exclusives. So say like the Canis didn't.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, they can't just worry about exclusives. And Sony's not going to deliver a piece of hardware that's capable of easily running that kind of performance at an affordable price for consoles. It's just not. So let's look at
the PS6 specs right now. Right, the PS6. Keep in mind the same documentation that had the PS5 Pro at 45% raster boost over PS5, which was exactly accurate. Sometimes you get 55, sometimes you get 35, but it's within that range basically. So their testing methodology, PlayStation's testing methodology, was accurate. Roughly the PS5 Pro is a 45% raster boost over the PS5. The same internal documentation testing methodology puts the PS6, as in Orion, not Canis, at 300% raster boost over the PS5. To paint that into context, if any of you right now, you type in 6700 tech power up, right, which is the closest GPU equivalent to the PS5, have a look at the rankings, what 300% raster improvement gets you above a 6700. It puts you in the ballpark 5080, right? So
it's not going to be a 5080.
Okay, I know people have said that. I can only go by what their previously accurate testing methodology said, right? That could be completely wrong. But again, I can't conjecture and say, I'm going to go against their own testing and their own theoretical performance gains and just do my own whatever I prefer. Like, I have to go by what the information says. So the information says 300% raster, and even more than that for ray tracing. We know that UDNA or RDNA5, one of the primary goals is to try and catch up with NVIDIA on the ray tracing side of things. AMD has really fallen behind on that, right? But again, we're talking about future architecture. They've already made decent strides with both FSR4 and ray tracing. With RDNA4, they're still a long way behind, right? Although FSR4 is as good as you need on the AI upscaling side of things. So RDNA 5, we don't know what they're cooking, right? But let's just say that ray tracing performance, they've made the same strides as they made with FSR4. Then you could actually be in a ballpark. If you have the raster compute performance of a 5080, but with the ray tracing to boot, suddenly you are actually in a position where you do path tracing as the default. Just obviously, you don't have to worry about resolution because, as Cerny said with Amethyst, the whole point of Amethyst project with AMD, the two key areas that they're looking at is AI upscaling, which they said could already be way better than PS5 Pro, and ray tracing, right? They want to use their AI with ray tracing as well. So let's just assume all of that comes into play. You've got 580 raster, you've got massively improved ray tracing performance, and you've got massively improved AI. Absolutely 100% you could have games that run at a lower resolution with the upscaling to get it close to 4K looking image with a path tracing as the default. You can already do that on your GPU right now. So a GPU that's as, if not more performant in the future is obviously going to be able to do it too. But the problem is, because of Canis, we can never have path tracing as a default. It will only ever be an option because a PS5 performance console will not be able to have path tracing as a default, which means that it won't be easier for developers. They can't have that, and they still have to worry about all the manual fucking lighting and art assets and everything like that, which is annoying to me. But again, like I said, I'm a dinosaur. The world is not moving in that direction. They're not trying to push boundaries and spend excess money to do all of this stuff or whatever, even though I think that could have saved money in development. It's just something I have to deal with, but it does disappoint me personally.
Well, I mean, when you look at it, like you look at the GPU differential in the compute units, and it's astronaut 48 to 16. Think about that.
Yeah, it's massive, dude.
48 to 16, and you want these, like, I know RDNA 5 will be a new technology, but I know AMD, and I'm pretty sure AMD is still going to be behind NVIDIA regardless of what they want to do. Like, if AMD is always better in rasterization, but as soon as you kick in ray tracing, it shits the bed. AMD always shits the bed. So it's like, I understand.
To be clarified, they caught up in rasterization. They weren't always better. So we gotta kind of put it in context. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, but I credit them for they're doing a bit better in rasterization these days. But as soon as you flick over to ray tracing, everything just goes to shit. So I appreciate what they're trying to do with these consoles. But to your point of path tracing, on my 5070, right, I can do Cyberpunk without, right, if you go high settings, 1080p, you can run it at 60 FPS, right, without DLSS. But as soon as you go above that, you have to flick that bitch on ASAP, right? Because otherwise your frames are just gone.
Yeah, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, though. DLSS, it exists to allow you to have better graphics features without sacrificing your resolution. Like, why do you need native 4K if you can use DLSS, especially the transformer model? It's like, it looks fucking amazing. Like, so does
FSR4. Why would you want native, let alone need it?
Exactly, it's just a waste of resources. It's just like...
But the thing is, it's like, so the CUs is my problem. When I look at the GPU, that differential is like, I'm sorry, but to Nib's point, I have to credit him. Yeah, you're not getting path trace. That's not going to be.
I think you might get it as an option with the PS6 version of the game.
Yeah,
like it'll be like
oh yeah. I mean,
is it crazy?
Your fidelity modes will have path tracing available in that. Like it, of course, it's going to have to be dependent on the game because look, we just talked about Cyberpunk, but that's actually now an obsolete game engine. And not obsolete because it's not able to keep up with the Unreal Engine 5 with CDPR. It just doesn't want to deal with having to continue to keep upgrading the engine. Now they're going to Unreal Engine 5, which, as far as I know, I can't think of a single game that's running path tracing to the degree that Cyberpunk does.
Right.
I don't see path tracing. I don't see path tracing being an option on PS6 at all, to be honest. I see ray trace GI and shadows and That's the most important thing for me. Is
dudes, you're gonna eat your words, because let me tell you, like he specifically mentioned ray tracing and path tracing. Sony literally said the words path tracing in his Amethyst video, right? So like clearly they are testing.
Yeah, it'll be available, but it's not going to be like an industry standard kind of thing. It will definitely be available on there.
Just hear me out for a sec. He also mentioned ray tracing in the PS5 demonstration, and look,
and it does do ray tracing.
Yeah, but look how many first-party studios have used ray tracing in their games. Right. Not one.
No, because it's just they don't want to sacrifice the rest of the fidelity.
Apart from Reflections,
Spider-Man,
apart from Reflections, like it's been used in a very shallow way, right?
Yeah, because the PS5 ray tracing is dog poo, dude.
Sony
but look at where we are.
Path tracing to the PS6.
Listen,
it's like what devs will use that. That's all I'm saying.
What Willie's saying. What Willie's saying. What Willie's saying and what Slow-Mo's been saying, Nib, and I see you and I read what you're writing in it. I know it's a depressing way that you put it, but I think you have to look at what we have right now and what we've been getting from the developers with even the PS5 Pro, right? They're working on things like PSSR to make things better and to make things so that I think a handheld could even longer extenuate, right, its capabilities with something like that. Not using the path tracing, not ray tracing. But hear me out real quick. You also have a situation right now. I was listening to a bunch of people talk on a PC podcast, and they were saying back and forth, and they were like, well, should I go out and get a 5090 right now? And somebody was like, what do you got? And they're like, well, I have a 4080 or 4090. And they're like, no, just stay where you are. And the point that I'm trying to make with that is that having a 50 series card sure is better than a 40 series card, depending on which one you have, right? Depending on which one you have. But it depends, right? That's but the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of people who have 40 series cards right now, and I think Slow-Mo will tell you, if you have a 4090, Slow-Mo might be one of the first ones to tell you, no, don't go buy a 5090, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely,
not. Absolutely,
right.
That's completely unnecessary.
So my point being, and that's because they're going to enjoy their games at an unbelievable fidelity. Like I have a 50 series card, right? But I have people I know. Yeah. But my point being is that they're enjoying their games equally to me, right? And I think when it comes down to it, the developers and the money that goes into the games to do everything to push every bell and whistle, even in first party, and B-Money and Slow-Mo, tell me if I'm wrong here. What you're saying is they're not going to do that regardless.
So here's the thing.
Why,
what I'm saying. Right?
That's why they're going with a cheaper price point.
Path tracing reduces the cost of development. Honestly, like you speak to developers as well. Like what's his name?
Yeah,
he works at. Just ask them. Just ask them if we could do path tracing as the default mode. Would that reduce the cost of development or increase it? Just ask any developer you know.
I believe you, Nib. I'm not saying you're wrong.
But that's just not the only criteria or the only thing that you can really take into
consideration.
No,
but I mean just one thing. The way I describe it, you talked about the PS5 Pro, right?
Nib, and also just think the CU cost. The CPU cost of path tracing, well, that would cost other resource allocation. That would come at the cost of other resources and limit the game in other ways. Perhaps.
Yeah, but the entire
so it's a trade.
The entire point
everything's a trade.
Of course, it's a trade-off, but the entire point of using the whatever node I forgot they're talking about with ray tracing is that they're gonna have, and this is again, let's see when the PS6 comes out. I believe they will have custom blocks that are designed to take the load off the CPU in order to do ray tracing. Otherwise, what's the point of Amethyst, dude?
Okay, so let's just fully embrace your argument for a minute, bro, and let's just say, right, because I agree with everything that I do agree with everything that you're saying. You're not wrong at all. But at the same point, this is only really applying to exclusive games.
Yeah. Which is enough for me.
Which I get that.
Yeah.
But those that are mostly first party and second party, closely affiliated with Sony, ex-dev engineers, they have a very, very they are extremely in tune with the tech that is that with Sony tech. They're extremely in tune with it. And if it's only really affecting these veterans and only limiting these veterans, is it worth the trade-off for the third-party devs? Like, no third-party dev is going to make path tracing the default because other
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, but the new consoles always become the new baseline, right? So, like the PS5 has a 400% plus raster advantage over a PS4. The PS4 has even higher. I think it's like 600 over the PS3. But the point is, like, the PS4 becomes the new baseline. PS5 becomes the new baseline. The only reason that hasn't happened this generation is because of the Series S. The Series S is actually the baseline. If you look at a lot of even the PC games,
the Xbox One was the baseline, really.
The Xbox One was the baseline, exactly. Yeah. So it's always like the weakest
Xbox One and PS4, because you think about how many games are still cross generation.
That's what I was going to say. So
Nib, that's why I've been waiting to say that this isn't going to, like, this. The way this generation turned out with so many games, especially the biggest games, were cross generation games.
Same thing's going to happen next gen.
The same thing next gen, because the biggest games are going to have massive amounts of people. They're going to stay on the PS5. Going to stay on the Xbox Series X and S. And they don't, as long as their game is on that platform, they see no reason to upgrade.
That's right.
And when they will upgrade, when that console is no longer available. But when that's when it comes down to what's the purpose of making hardware that will, like, be super expensive to do that.
That's
and then
the point.
The money, path tracing, money. Like, there's no purpose in doing that when roughly what you're looking forward to is half of your player base moving
to your point,
to it.
But to your point, this is why I challenge that. Right, we're actually still getting that expensive and super performant hardware in the PS6 and the Magnus, or whatever it's called, the Xbox. I think the Xbox hardware is actually going to be more performant from the leaks than the PS6 Orion, right? So the thing is, we are actually getting that. What's happening now is, as consumers, we're just getting less value proposition and less games, fewer games designed to push the boundaries and push the hardware that we're paying. So we're still going to buy a PS6 that's a 5080 compute or whatever and has all your fancy, but all that's happening is we're just being held back by weaker and weaker and weaker hardware, and we're getting games that are less, groundbreaking and technologically advanced. And that's fine. Like I said before.
All I'm saying, though, is that this will, how many games push the boundaries in that specific niche area to that degree? You're looking at the most minuscule.
It's very small.
It's the most minuscule. It's literally the Hellblade 2s.
The other thing, yes,
and
I don't think it would be if PS6 and Magnus were the only.
The thing about it too, Nib, you're a big money guy,
we just talked about this. Like, those games are still going to be cross-gen, so
only for the first.
It doesn't matter that Sony makes this. Well, 3 or 4 years. That's a long time.
It is a long time, but I still get 4 years.
These consoles come out in 2027, 3 or 4 years. We're talking 2031 before Call of Duty finally gives up the ghost on the PS5.
What I mean is, exactly. Yeah, but what I mean is, we'll still get when we get to the next gen only point, we'll still get those games that have that new baseline, right? Like your Jedi Survivors and your. Whether it's Spider-Man 2s or your Intergalactics and your, you can see now a lot of the next-gen only games, they do look a lot better. They do, even like Rift Apart. If you compare Rift Apart with Ratchet and Clank from PS4, the remake, it's night and day, dude. It's night and day.
Yeah, of course,
yeah. You're still
going to get that. You're still going to get that experience on that standard PS6. You're going to get that amazing looking game.
That's what it is.
I do think that if you've always held, Nib, to your credit, because we agree completely. Like, the closed platform of the Nintendo Switch affords devs the opportunity to create experiences that push well above their weight on the hardware, such as Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Incredible technical marvels. Despite the performance issues, the fact that they could even get that thing running is just a miracle
It's
in
crazy,
itself.
dude.
Right?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Right. Xenoblade Chronicles X, another great example. So when you look at those things, right now, imagine if the PS6S or whatever we're going to be calling it, the little dog, I'm going to call it because it's Canis. Okay, Canis, a little dog. Yeah. So imagine if little dog is the focus of devs. That's what they focus on, right? They absolutely squeeze the absolute maximum out of that bad boy, so that games look absolutely insane on it. They run beautiful on it. It's incredible, and then they go absolute all out, throw everything that they want just for the fun of it, experiment and go full, like just lose their heads.
But Wooly, you know what you're describing is PC gaming, right? This is why PC gamers have always been held back by consoles, right? Because why is it? Like, SSDs are not new, right? They've been around for fucking ages, right? Why are games only now being designed with SSDs as the baseline? Because the consoles introduced it, right? So what we're basically saying is me and you are going to become like PC gamers, right? We're going to have the Canis, and they're just going to push all the settings. They're just going to push all the settings on the PS6, but that's not what we used to have games designed. Welcome to the party. Mm-hmm. We used to have games designed from the ground up for our single piece of hardware. But now we're just getting options and settings.
Now, explain to me with the little dog and the big dog, what disparity on a hardware level it comes close to the disparity between a HDD and the PS5's SSD. Like we're talking about diminished.
I would agree with that. Diminishing returns.
Diminished returns.
Yeah,
and so
the reason I don't quite agree though is because I just think we're at the precipice where things like path tracing, dynamic global illumination, etc. I believe like they could have a profound impact on the look of games. But we just don't have the hardware to push it. Yeah. And my dream would have been to have like a PS6 Orion as the new baseline. But now I just know the PS5 is going to be baseline for the next 10 years.
Though, Ray Trace GI and like Final Fantasy 16's Shadows, for example, right? Absolutely incredible. The massive hit on performance is shocking. Even on my PS5 Pro, it runs like ass. It's flipping awful, right? Now, Final Fantasy 16's Shadows, like you look at a game on a PS5 and you just wish it had Ray Trace GI, right? You look at AC Shadows and all the GI and the difference between the performance mode and the quality mode is insane, right? Night and day. So what am I asking, bro? I've lost my train of thought. What I was going to say is, you agree that that it looks so much better with those things. So, will it really kind of leave you salty if the PS6, if the big dog has all of those features that you wish the games today had, but because it's not path traced and it's just ray traced? You're going to be like,
look. It's first world problems here.
This looks trash.
When I talk about these things, like at the end of the day, actually graphics don't really matter. Actually, it's how good the game is, right? I'm only talking like in terms of my absolute preferences and ideals.
Yeah,
I've always wanted, like, since the day, like, this is the thing with a lot of Xbox fandom, right? They don't really have principles and backbone because they just flip flop with whatever the platform was doing. That's not me, dude. I've been from day one. I've said I hate cross-gen. I want to maximize the heart.
I think a lot of people hate cross-gen, but that's
but when Phil Spencer said, "Oh, cross-gen is a meme about holding back," then all the Xbox fandom, or at least a large contingent of them, they just went along with it. Yeah, the Series S is not going to hold anything back.
Right.
Cross-gen doesn't hold any, and it's like, guys, exercise.
We're not.
It does.
Listen, mate. Don't you be suggesting that I'm doing.
No. I'm not saying.
Hold on. So I got a couple.
Can I just say this real quick?
Go ahead, Slobo.
I think that what I'm looking forward to, and like I primarily game on PC, but I own everything. So look, I jump on my console from time to time. But what I'm really kind of looking forward to is more advancements in game design. What comes with better hardware is more freedom for developers to be able to do certain things. Like if you ever get the opportunity to talk to a developer who makes a game and then ask them the question of like, what are the things that you had to take out when you rescoped the game 2 or 3 times and you had to remove some things because it just wasn't going to work on the lowest common denominator hardware. And so like the amount of things that like game design wise, like, and we see this all the time actually, when you play your older game, and you can see how it's designed, how like when you play, and I love Gears of War, but we play Gears of War Reloaded. You look at like the way, like I'm about to get into a fight. This is like that generation where you would have like the little killing field, and it was just obvious that I was about to get into a fight, and here's all the cover. It's the same thing with Mass Effect, and you just that's a game design of its era, and as what came with better hardware over generations was developers being able to give you the same kind of experience without having to make it so obvious or making the level design look so obvious. Like here, we're about to get into a fight as you're walking towards the killing area. And so what I'm looking forward to in the future is game design where developers are able to do things that we haven't seen before.
That's
because I play my games. I play a lot of the live service games. I play multiplayer games. I love my RPGs. I love those kind of experiences. But sometimes I'm just like, yo, is this another Souls? Like, come on, man.
But
I want something different.
Exactly.
And so that's what I'm looking forward to. Some great game design that does something we haven't seen before.
So Slow-Mo
would be done on new hardware.
So Slow-Mo, you missed the beginning of the show, but so that means you're not looking forward to Silk Song like everybody else who's got publication somewhere?
I'm about to get potatoes thrown at me. I have never even played Hollow Knight. I have it installed, and every now and then I'm like, I'm about to play Hollow Knight, and then I go, oh,
listen,
I'm about to go play Call of Duty instead. I just end up not playing it. So like,
who you
I know that sounds terrible, but I'm gonna get to it eventually.
Hey, just to give you, sorry.
Go on, Nib.
I was going to say, just to give you like a small example, because like, sometimes it's the intangibles, right? What are we getting with the next gen game? And so it's just better graphics, but sometimes better graphics is actually better gameplay. And I'll give you an example, right? Say Horizon Zero Planet, right? They're creating the third Horizon game. If you notice, like at the moment, when they're doing draw distance, the big mechs can be seen in the distance because they're sizable, obviously. Like you can see, what's it called? The T-Rex one?
Juggernauts.
Nah, it's not Juggernaut, but anyway, whatever it's called, the T-Rex one, you can see that in the distance, in the draw distance. You can see the big tentpole ones, but you can't see anything smaller. They basically draw out.
Thunderjaw.
That's it. Thunderjaw. Yeah, Juggernaut. Yeah, they because they just, you can't have that much on screen in the draw distance, right? Shadows on trees, tree and grass, geometry, enemies, smaller enemies, all of that stuff tapers off. And you just end up seeing Vista because literally the performance is not there to render that stuff at that distance. But there is actually inherent gameplay benefits to that. Say in the vast distance, I saw a herd of smaller antler deers or whatever, and I need a particular item, and I use my fucking binoculars or I see off into the distance. Oh shit, there's a whole herd of them running across in that distant field. I'm going to jump on my fucking Sunwing and speed over there. They're not going to be able to do that now because Canis PS5 performance cannot render that, just like we're seeing now. There's limitations to these things. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to use a traditional design method of, okay, if there's a big-ass boy, you can see him in the distance, but anything smaller you can't see. And it's these little intangibles that we don't realize, but when we get a next-gen only game, we're actually getting fundamentally designed tweaks to how we interact with games. Obviously because of SSD, we might not have as many squeeze-throughs, or, for example, with the example of Spider-Man 2, he can travel much faster velocities. you can fly. In Horizon Burning Shores, you've got the Sunwing that you can fly above the clouds. You couldn't do that stuff before, even though SSDs existed on PC.
Well, remember, Nib. So what'll happen too with natural
the CPU wasn't good enough,
right? With natural progression, though. But you're going to get you're going to get natural progression as we go through too. So what you're looking forward to happen may end up happening, like what you're seeing now with the PS5 and what happened with it in the latter half. You'll see that with the PS6 in the latter half of that life cycle. I think you also have a PS6.
If we have Canis.
Well, here's the thing. I want the PS6 and Xbox to be.
You guys, we don't know. There's so many and that's the only reason I cut up. There's so many variables we don't know. Even with those specs, I'm not saying the specs are wrong. I'm not. I'm saying what they may say with, and I'm looking right now. Canis, hold on a second. You say Canis.
Remember what?
$399 to $4. Listen,
creatures in the distance. You can't have that on one platform and not the other because it changes gameplay design.
Well, can I tell you this though? If you're buying an Orion at $700, I'm looking at your numbers from your tweet, and somebody bought a Canis at $299, it could say in the disclaimer, not all games will be played on this.
I would love that.
But then you have to have two different games.
No, you don't have to have two different games. You bought a $300 console that fits in your pocket, okay? And I bought one that goes under the TV. There's going to be some games that won't come out on the Canis.
Can we just remember that this may just all
go ahead.
That smaller console have essentially the same specs. There's no way that they would tell you that you won't be able to play.
I don't think
a game on that, and then
my they don't
want to split their player base like that.
No, they don't. Are
we just forgetting that the most likely scenario is that the PS6s, the little dog, is going to play PS5 games natively and PS6 games via remote play and via the cloud?
So that was what I was thinking. That would have been my idea. But he won't do that, though.
Be horrible.
Why would that be horrible? Do you know how good?
I would love that personally, but they won't do it.
I am very, very sensitive to latency. There is nothing that, and I love myself some GeForce now, but I will never play Wii U games on.
What about like the Wii U if they did something like that?
The Wii.
What?
What would you say?
What do you mean about the Wii U?
As in, you can
like the handheld portion of it.
Yeah, the handheld portion of it. You can.
I never owned the Wii U, so you'll have to explain it to me. Because, what was the handheld exactly?
No, as far as I understand, when you docked it, you could. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it could transfer the image over, but instead of using like a Wi-Fi like the Portal does, it has some sort of different signal that it sends it over, and it's much less latency.
I don't know.
For you to be called slow-mo and be sensitive to latency is incredibly ironic.
I get what he's saying. Yeah, I get what he's saying, but obviously, I'm only looking at it from my selfish perspective as a PS6 Orion.
And don't get me wrong, I know
shit about the Canis.
Let me explain the latency thing. GeForce Now is the best cloud gaming experience you can get.
Yes.
I still would not play the competitive multiplayer games that I play.
No,
I will not play that because it's not is not and just never will be as good as local stored game on your hardware, and that just I recently saw someone who said
latency. The GeForce latency is lower than that of a native Xbox Series X.
It is, yeah.
It's just slightly marginally slower latency than the PS5. And that's in relatively normal conditions. That's not with the best internet. So that's how good it's gotten so far, and that was 3 years ago. It was already at that point.
Wooly, and I played GeForce Now today.
Me too. I play GeForce Now Ultimate.
I have Game Pass. I have the Game Pass. I have GeForce Now Ultimate. So with the 4080 in the cloud, I played the Forza Horizon 5. Just because I forgot the unsub from the top tier, so I just wanted to play something real quick just to see something. I played it. I kept getting Now it performed great, but every time I would go into a new area, I would get this high ping spike, and then there would be a stutter, a massive stutter in the game, in the performance.
Were you playing on your
I would
TV
not
or your
have.
PC?
Say again.
Were you playing on your TV or your PC?
I was playing. What was I playing that on?
Because what I will say, bro, is if you're streaming it through your TV via an app, it will perform significantly worse because TVs aren't built for high bit rate, low bit rate gaming.
Oh no, that was actually on my. It was on one of my monitors. It was on a Gigabyte M28U. So
yeah.
What I'm saying is that it is never going to be as good as native. And it's and that's just something that like it's fine for using it in certain situations, and maybe for like casual gamers they don't really have a problem with it, and that's great. I'm not playing Battlefield 6, Call of Duty. I'm not playing Marvel Rivals on cloud. I'm not doing any of that. Like, just absolutely not.
I actually played Battlefield 6 because I was away for the weekend at my my family's house in London, and I didn't want to miss out on BF6. So, like, I was playing it, and I was getting games with like positive KD, but it is different. But you can do it, but it's hard as well.
What I will say, bro, is that I think the issue with the portal.
I'm good on that too.
The issue with the portal is the analog sticks. The analog sticks are small and they're floaty. So, like all handheld devices, this is my biggest issue with handhelds. It's literally the form factor is in that they have little joysticks instead of analogs, and they're just not as accurate.
Right.
The aiming is floaty. Aiming is less accurate. You can't be precise. Same with the PS Portal. It's the exact same situation.
I think there's.
The thing I was going to say earlier was we need the consoles, especially PC players. We need them to the consoles to keep getting better, right? Because then you get better game design, and then we get to maximize that.
That's right.
Right.
No, I mean there's truth to that.
So if a game is better on the console, so like you can have now you could do better game design because it's a better console.
Right.
Now my rig can take that to the peak of what it's going to be, but that just means we then get a better game design.
Right.
So we need the consoles to get there. But when I look at the little boy and I look at the thing, I'm like, the CU count difference. I'm just struggling to figure out how this is going to work out, and that's why I think path tracing off the table. You'll get full ray tracing. You'll get full ray tracing. I think you'll get that. You'll get the full ray tracing experience, but you're not getting path tracing.
That's fine, but we don't know. But that's fine. I don't
think we'll get path tracing as an option on PS6. But
I would think it'd be like a performance mode, quality mode, and you get quality.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
exactly.
right.
On that kind of device, I think the people who are going to use that probably aren't going to care about having ray tracing or path tracing on anyway. It's kind of like how people view PC handhelds right now. Like what's more important is TDP, your power draw, not like can I run this with path tracing on. It's like this is the wrong device for that, buddy. You just want to hopefully get close to 60 FPS.
That's right.
And there's one more. Sorry, there's one more thing as well that you could have a if you decide to get the PS6 big dog and the PS6 little dog.
These names are great. By the way, we got all these names: Big Dog, Little Boy, Little Poodle.
A, B,
If you get the Chihuahua and you get the XL Bully, right? And the Chihuahua is a streaming PS6 guide, right? The Chihuahua only streams the PS6 games, right?
Yeah.
But it plays PS5 games beautifully, natively, and all that jazz. But with a special connection, like a link, a wired link, like it uses the same thing as the PSVR 2, for example, like a high-powered cord, a high bitrate cord. You could stream natively to your device. Like I don't know, like there's things that they could do to kind of use it as a kind of almost like a Swiss Army peripheral, a Swiss Army Chihuahua. That's what I'm saying.
So
right.
We gotta see what that PSSR update is looking like next year.
That's right, B Money. Thank you. No one's talking about that. And every time you say PSSR, people kind of just laugh and giggle. Like I think PSSR is like a golden bullet that they have. That when they have that update that comes out next year, I think that's going to be a game changer. I think it's going to change a lot of things, especially for something like a handheld. Especially for
they also have to work on it though, so it's going to take quite a few iterations. So I wouldn't expect it to do what DLSS is doing.
This will be no. Well, come on. You always jump right to the end, Death Singer. Not everybody's gonna run. Like if someone's like, "Hey, Death Singer, help me build a PC." Well, the first thing you need, little Timmy, is $7,000. What? I mean, it's like,
of course not.
It's not. They're gonna be. This will be PSSR 2.0, basically, right? It'll be the second iteration. Right. All right. So, and then a year later,
Singer would attend his own funeral.
It's not going to be DLSS 4. I know that.
Actually, no, Mooch. You can't use that though because, like, even when J-Main was shout out to J-Main, he was looking for a new. He's building a new PC, and it's like the first thing I asked was he was like, "Oh, what GPU do you have?" And then he asked me, and I was like, "Well." The question is not how much money you got. It's the question is, what are you looking for? Are you looking for 1440p, 1080p, or 4K? That will dictate what your balance is going to be, right? What are you looking for? So don't do that because I always ask the right question.
That's not. But wait a minute. But what you said is not necessarily true, though. You ask me. Let's say we'll reverse it. I go to you. And I say, "Can you help me build a PC?" Well, it's not how much money you have. It's about what do I want? Well, I want 4K. And I want 120 frames at least, right? And I want ray tracing. So that's what I want. And then you know what you're going to say to me? That's what it costs, right? So it is about the money. It's not what I want and what I can get are two different things,
No, but it's not 7K. It's like I want a 4K PC and I only want to spend $1,000. Well, I have bad news for you.
Exactly. I got real bad news for you. I got real bad news for you. You want 4K and you want to spend $1,000? You go get yourself a PS5 Pro.
You can always rob Micro Center. You can get it for free.
There you go, Slomo. There we go. All right, so I got some super chats here that I haven't got to in a bit. Shout out to God Emperor Sofa King. God bless him, by the way. He says, who they, this is legit what he wrote. He said, who they, because Hiroki out here moving different. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but I'm sure you meant what you meant, God Emperor Sofa King, so shout out to you. Glassdoor Gamer says, he goes, I think the handheld will just play PS5 games and you will be able to remote into PS6. I don't see Cerny pulling a Series SX. I think we kind of went down that one already. I think it'll be, go ahead, B. Was that you, B?
You remember when we first started hearing the rumors about the handheld and you, I was in the chat and you guys were talking about it. TC was on here and I believe Puerto Rock was here, and they were saying like, "Oh no, this is going to be so stupid. Oh, it's only they need to have dedicated games. They're talking all this nonsense." And I told y'all when I came in, I'm like, "This is happening. He's going to play PS6 games."
Yes, it is.
And everybody thought I was talking nonsense. Now here we are.
That's right. No, B. I try to keep a solid ear to the ground even when you're on Twitter.
Sounding like Thanos.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Someone get this man these flowers.
PlayStation is being stupid these days. Nah, they're not. It probably is going to work out.
I don't know. It might not work.
It might not. It could backfire.
Because PlayStation, ever since Jim Ryan came out and said we believe in generations, and then it turned out the games were cross-gen, not just PS5. Because I noticed they slipped that in there. Gran Turismo will God of War will only be on PS5, and then it turns out also on PS4. And I was like, like PlayStation, the way they're moving now, this leadership with Hiroki and whatnot. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if shit starts going sideways because they do something different.
I've said this, but the thing is, like, PlayStation to me, like, they excel when they stick at what they're good at and their like ethos and identity. And I feel like right now they might be doing this reactive thing. And historically, when people do reactive and copy the trends of other platforms, whether it's Xbox with Kinect or whatever, PlayStation with 6-axis, and now they're trying to basically go after the Switch, right? They want a docked handheld, and they want to go after that market. Like, maybe it could do really well, especially because the value proposition will be strong, or it will be like their past attempts at portable, where it doesn't resonate with the user base who have gone to their platform for different reasons, and it doesn't pan out. We have to wait and see.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
will the dinosaurs like the little dog?
We can say B.
This is different because
it is different. I agree.
The same thing that happened with Nintendo is when they had
that's what I was just going to say.
They had a home console.
Yeah.
They split their player base, and yes, their handheld business was pretty successful. But look at what happened when they were able to put console-like games on a portable device.
Right.
But the difference with that, though, I would say
most consoles ever that they.
I agree with that, but the difference is their handhelds always did way better than PlayStation's anyway. So it's like you have a really successful handheld, and I do
think though the Portal has been a very good kind of test to see how the PlayStation console community who buy PlayStation for it being a console that has great exclusive games. We're not into the mobile gaming market. We're not into the Nintendo Switch market anywhere near as close.
Well, I got a couple of big,
we are.
Got a big couple of questions, though, Willie, and we're approaching 4 hours on the podcast, so I just want to kind of...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hold on a second. So Bespoke exclamation point says, you don't need to mandate native PS6 handheld support. Devs can have an option to make a cloud version for the handheld or remote play only, as long as Sony's upfront with that before it goes on sale. Anybody have any comment on that one?
Facts. I don't think you can do that.
That's too confusing.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I agree. They don't make they don't need to make the games run natively on the PS6s. They can just remote play the PS6 games. They won't call it a PS6, will they? They're not going to call it a PS6.
I'll just add one final thing, right? The PS6s. Yes. I've actually asked. Usually, he answers my question straight away. Moore's Law is dead. I've actually asked him like twice. Like, is the PS6s in the actual documentation, or is this an idea of yours? Right? And he hasn't responded yet. Someone else, I think they're called Sega Channel.
Yeah, he sent you a clip, and the clip actually.
Yeah, and in the clip, he said
he thinks.
He thinks, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. He said. He said, what's his name for Verge? His name, the Xbox Aligned journalist?
Oh, Tom Warren?
Tom Warren,
although he's kind of a bit, more in the middle.
Terrible
days.
Tom?
Yeah. He said apparently he has access to documentation as well, and he says he's seen the PS handheld in there, but he hasn't seen anything about the PS6s.
Yeah, so it's not a PS6. It's not going to be marketed as a PS6. I swear down. This is not going to be a PS6. It's not going to be a PS6 format. It's not. It's going to be a handheld device that releases at the same time or in a similar window as the PS6. That if people want a really powerful beastie handheld that competes that attracts the PC handheld enthusiast demographic and that appeals to the Nintendo Switch demographic, that can stream PS6 games and play PS5 games natively.
Yeah,
I think that's they're going to call it the PSP. They're going to call it the PSP or whatever. It's not going to be called the PS6. And I think we're kind of jumping the gun here and thinking.
Well, that's what I said earlier, but I didn't put it. I put it in different terms. Everyone says, "Oh, they're all going to play," and it's fine. I understand where you're coming from because that's today's answer. But the PS Vita didn't play all the games from past consoles, and the other handhelds didn't play them all. That's why I'm saying maybe this other device will play a lot of games or a gambit, but maybe it won't play all of what PS6 can do. I'm saying maybe.
Depends on the price.
That's not confusing either. That's not confusing.
The Portal is successful because it's $200.
It's $200
for what it does.
Right.
And it's a cheap product That and for what the price you get a lot for what you're paying for,
That's
which
right.
isn't a lot. $200 is not a lot. Like there's some controllers out there that are absolute garbage that are $200.
That's $200.
Razer,
That's right.
Scuff,
That's right. That's right.
Now that said, some of these handhelds that are where you're playing stuff natively on it are pretty expensive.
Yep.
Now, like that Xbox
ROG Ally.
Is the base model one is rumored to be, because they had these aren't official, but it's likely going to be the case, or maybe even a little bit more expensive if terrorists come into play. But $549. You see, when it kind of comes to these kind of devices, it's when it's more of like a handheld is more of an accessory to the majority of the gaming community than a main device. People not trying to spend $550 on a damn accessory. It's just not really like, unless you're someone who's an enthusiast of handhelds, you got no problem with it, but most people aren't. So when you kind of look at like any of the accessories that are out here, the cheaper ones do better. PSVR 1 was cheaper than PSVR 2. Which one did better?
That's right.
PSVR 1.
Yep.
You know, like what is the most successful VR headset period? Meta. And Meta has always had a variant of the Quest that's been cheaper than everything else.
Right.
When it really just comes down to how much they're going to charge for this thing. Because if it's a device like Wooly explained it, where it's going to play PS5 games natively, but you stream or you do remote play for PS6, okay, that might work. But what's the price for it? Because if you're trying to charge over $500 for something,
that's what I'm saying.
You
so
can keep that.
So Slobo, the rumor is it's going to be around $299 for that one. Right? Or 300.
And that makes sense. That would work. That would fit.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not necessarily going to be an apples for apples going to play your PS6 games. It'll probably play your anything PS5 or cross-play, which is going to last you 4 years into the next generation. You'll get your money's worth out of it, and then your PS6 games will be played like the Portal, right? And that would also make Nib a very happy customer. Because
you can relax.
The thing is, I noticed with the handheld is they want to try and capture the Switch gamer. Yeah. But I was playing the scenario out in my head, right? And I was like, the typical Switch gamer who probably plays like Animal Crossing and Pokemon. I don't think they're gonna have much interest in the game like The Last of Us or something. So I don't know how they're gonna capture that market. Because if you just, I play my Pokemon, I play my Donkey Kong, I play my whatever, but play my Zelda. I don't know. I just don't see that kind of person who's like, I just want to farm in Stardew Valley. He's gonna want to go.
I want third-party games as well as Astrobot, and there's third-party games that are very, Nintendo-esque. I don't know. And who's to say Nintendo fans don't want to play Resident Evil? And Monster Hunter and.
Yeah, but they want to play it on the Switch. And so
why would you then want to play it on the PS Portal or PS Portable? Why wouldn't they want to play it on a handheld that's more powerful? If they want to play it on the Switch, then of course they'd want to play it on an affordable, more powerful handheld that runs the game better. It's a no-brainer.
I mean, it is, but they could have bought a PS5 already, and they probably haven't. So. Oh, they might have. Who knows? Who knows how it's going to go?
Console, though, not a portable.
Right, it's not a portable. So Guapzilla's in here. Shout out to Guap. He says, Nib's just mad I was right the past 2 years when I said PS6 will be a hybrid. And then he smiles at you, buddy. He's just giving you a little love from long distance. Shout out to Guapzilla.
But I never said it wouldn't be a hybrid. I just said I wouldn't like it if it was a hybrid.
Right.
So you got to remember.
I am so tired.
Yeah, so I think people forget that. Like, me stating my preferences is what I want.
You're just saying it. That's right.
Happened.
No, I know what you meant. I follow you then. I follow you. Shout out to Bespoke exclamation points back. Thank you for the super chat. He says the Amethyst partnership does not end with RDNA 5. Cerny and AMD will already be working on RDNA 6. What if PS6 uses RDNA 6 RT ray tracing or some next gen AI RT PT accelerator? PlayStation always include future tech. So I mean,
I don't even think AMD has basically got out the door with 4. They're coming around to 5. like they could be working on 6 in the background, but I don't think you could get that on the console because I'm pretty sure it's probably still in the concept stage.
I agree.
Because as quick as these guys work, like you just had RDNA 4.
Yeah.
RDNA 5 hadn't even released yet, even on PC. Like
right. And this is we're talking 2 years from now. Yeah. Like you're not getting you're not getting RDNA 6 on this or FSR 6 or whatever whatever future thing that AMD's doing that's not going to come out until if it's something that's not going to come out until late 2028, then you're likely not going to get that inside of the PS6.
Well, yeah, because they have to build these consoles years before then. So, they can't just build the consoles 1 year before they release. They've already got them spec'd out. They've already got the tech there. They're building them.
Time.
Yeah, it takes years. So
that's why Canis actually improved based on the first iteration. It had 12 CUs in the first iteration, and now it has 16. And it had less RAM in the first iteration, and now it has more. So maybe even whatever it's called, Orion or whatever, could improve as well, because it seems like they're not sure themselves yet, because the RAM quantity is not.
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah,
they could boost things. I remember there's always this story about the Xbox 360. If you guys recall, maybe you heard it, where I think it was Epic and Gears of War that convinced Microsoft to raise I think memory inside of the 360 because they thought what was currently going to be in there was inadequate for Gears of War, and so they did it. They knew it was an exclusive game for them. They went and did it. So things can always change. Up to some of those things are a little bit easier, like your the APU that you're developing with AMD is a little bit more set in stone, a little bit, closer you get, but stuff like RAM or the amount of storage, a lot of that stuff can get changed pretty quickly depending on the reason to do it and if it's going to be cost effective.
And one more point: the docking mode, it might actually be able to turn it into a PS6, but a lower resolution PS6. So it could be the
dock's going to be expensive though.
The dock's going to be hella expensive.
That's an accessory, and that's how they monetize it and make extra money out of it. It's you can have a PS5 in handheld that can play PS6 over remote play. Or PS6 over cloud, or because that cloud tech is almost on par with GeForce Now Ultimate servers now. They've really improved it to an incredible degree, and they're continuing to work on it and improve it. Now, and the docking station could actually be a modular kind of a booster that
an eGPU.
Please dock your device to play this game. It could come up with that. It could come up with a notice. Please dock your device in order to play this game. It could work. It
could work. But it's just, is it worth doing? And when you make because
that's where you start getting
$200 on its own, that on top of the device. Now you're in why don't you just buy
you might as well buy the power buy the PS6.
It would amount to the same cost as a PS6, but you've got the option to carry it around with you as a portable, or you've got the option to dock it to use it as a PS6. So I'm just throwing out ideas here, but that would really appeal to a lot of people. That would appeal
to me.
It might. Shout out to,
and it wouldn't be a separate SKU. It wouldn't be a separate SKU that devs have to design for and lower the games for. They just it would just play the standard PS6 version of the game.
It's not a crazy idea, to be honest with you. It's really not. I mean, although I could see B Money was saying it is a bit more on the community side for the consumer, but it's not too much for, I think, casual and hardcore to kind of wrap their mind around. It's interesting. Yadazak in the chat, in the super chat, he says, who should change his name to whatever Phil Spencer says consoles and exclusives are dead. PC is the future. Yet, Zach, we have literally just spent 2 hours talking about how the PS6 is going to be a thing. And next year, the PS5 is probably going to sell unbelievable numbers with GTA 6. So I don't know if that's necessarily true. I do want to give a shout out to El Nini 2796. I think it's just El Nini. I don't know why all the names are all messed up tonight on YouTube. It's very weird. He says, great panel, Mooch. Thanks for that super chat, buddy. I really appreciate it. Danelle Brown, of course, coming in and making fun of... Oh, he makes fun of all my favorite sports teams, but this time I agree with him. He says, Mooch Brap, Jerry Jones is slow. Yeah, Jerry Jones, I don't know. Well, I got news for you. I can't.
Jerry Jones.
Listen, Slow-Mo, they traded Micah.
That man to live forever.
I know. Well, listen.
Need him to live forever.
Listen, I'm with you because it keeps, me being a Giants fan, you being a Commanders fan, it keeps the Cowboys in check. But hear me out. They managed to get 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. And let me tell you something. I will not figure out how they managed that.
I hope Jerry is the one picking and not his son, because he'll blow it.
No kidding, man.
You guys are speaking a different language to me right
sorry,
now.
Nib, I'm sorry.
Blah blah.
Lib's like blah 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 like blah blah blah. You kick a ball through an upright. Okay, so here's my thing, right? Let me say thanks to everybody. It's a 4-hour show tonight. I want to say thanks to the guys that were here earlier as well. Great panel, great chat. Thank you guys for the super chats. It means the world to me. I do want to say thanks, of course, to Meg real quick. Brap, who was here earlier, had to leave. TC had to leave earlier. Those guys were great. But I'll go down in reverse order and say shout out to B Money. B, you had a long day with family. You had a lot going on too. And you said, listen, I'll try to make it if I can make it after practice and this and that going on. So B Money, thanks for being here, buddy. Let people know they can find you. And as always, we keep our ear to the ground on X to keep an eye on what you're saying is coming next. Thanks, B.
Yeah, appreciate the invite as always, Mooch. And if you want to follow me, you can follow me everywhere. Same name, Be Money 101.
Yo, I recommend everybody go do that right now, by the way. B, thanks for being here. The great Slow-Mo backs up as well. Slow-Mo, I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how the hell I kept you here till 11 o'clock, buddy, because... I
forgot. I didn't even realize what time it was. I definitely knew I would have left a long time.
I know you were going to... You were like...
Long-winded.
Yo, let me tell you something.
Every single one of you
let me tell you.
Long-winded.
That
this
is
a long-winded... It's not even called CrossFire.
Listen.
It's long-winded fire.
When I have the entirety of England on the show, it gets to be one crazy long Nib, Wooly, and Death Singer together. I gotta be honest with you. I could probably went and got a large pizza, came back, and they would have been like, so Mooch, what did you think about that last idea? And I'd be like, well, you know what I think is I'm full. So
the funny thing is the sun's about to come up over there.
Yeah.
And they're still I love the passion.
I'm
really
playing
do.
Blueprints. I've been playing Blueprints the whole time.
Yeah.
I've just finished downloading Lost All Aside. Shadow Switch just releasing. So
sweet.
Sweet. I got Lost All Aside.
Shout out, dude. Death Singer's got the best lines. He says 1440p better than anybody in the business. First of all, second of all, he says.
I feel really bad about his blow up doll girlfriend because she's very lonely tonight with him being on the podcast this long.
I'm surprised it lasted this long.
You should treat her better. You should treat her better.
I have to ask you.
Treat her better.
I know. My knees are bad. I got bad ankles. I'm old. I know. Singer, I know.
Listen, I got to tell you something. And Death Singer gives shout outs to all things that are not living objects. It doesn't matter what it is. He'll be like, shout out to the iPhone. Shout out to, I love it. Death Singer, do not change one bit. I love every bit of it. But Slow-Mo, thanks for being here, buddy. DPS looking like it's going to be tomorrow night, which is how I kind of stole you for tonight. But let people know where they can find you. Thanks for staying this long, Slow-Mo.
Hey, no problem, man. It was a good time. Enjoy, messing around with you guys. Some good gentlemen here. DPS podcast, Damage Per Second podcast with Game & Forte. You probably will be wearing some crazy outfit or something. I don't know. But
you make it sound so
check this out. Huh?
No.
Okay. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be going live, and hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Play some games.
Appreciate that, Slow-Mo. And Slow-Mo, keep on your put it somewhere on your calendar. I don't care if you want to stream it. I will stream. I'll literally probably just like interrupt one of your streams. We're playing Borderlands 4. I don't give a shit. I don't care what time. Even if you start at 2 a.m, I'll be there. I don't care. I'll take the next day off from work. So I'm meeting up with Slow-Mo, guys. Make sure you check it out. I'll be streaming it. I'm sure he'll be streaming it too. And hopefully I can get him to stream it to Twitch so we can do a dual Twitch. But Slow-Mo, keep that on your radar, buddy. I'm looking forward to it. The great Willie Gamer as well, buddy. Willie, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, man. I love when you reach out and say, can I be on the show? Of course you can. Always great to have the great Willie Gamer on and getting his takes. Let people know where we can find you, buddy. And
I just apologize for my brain malfunctioning midway through to that show. It was
okay,
crazy.
buddy.
I couldn't even get a sentence together.
It's 4 a.m. where you are.
I never thought I'd go through a CrossFire, not debating Dessinger, but debating Nib. It was the most Englishman, gentlemanly debate ever, and it's been a jolly good show.
You guys were throwing tea and crumpets at each other?
We were going full tea crumpets, jamming bits.
Pass the scones there, sir, while we debate.
Yeah. And he got out the full dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, giving me every synonym of what the word slow speech means. But yeah, it's been fantastic, and I'm actually so impressed with my idea about this dock actually turning it into a PS6 that I'm quite sure that's actually going to be legit. I reckon that's why it's being made. But yeah, it's been a great show. Thanks for having me, Mooch. And I am just gonna crash now and probably die.
I wish you a healthy crash. Okay, Willie, take care of yourself. Nib, thanks for being here, buddy, as well. Listen, if you were playing a game and doing this podcast, you didn't miss a beat on any of the cues. So maybe, I know you're into day trading, you're into different things, but you really should maybe just get into this multitasking thing, because you got it down really well. Nib,
I've literally got the charts open in front of me at the same time.
I believe
you know who Nib is? You know who Nib is? He's that fat kid out of How to Train Your Dragon who knows all the specs of all the dragons. He's like, attack 15.
Attack 15, fire breath.
12. Then 12.
Nib, go ahead and let people know where they can find you, buddy. I appreciate you being here this long with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was good. It was good to have you back. It's just NIB95_ on X, and that's it.
I appreciate it, Nib. And last but certainly not least, the great Death Singer, everybody. Death Singer, let people know they can find you. I bet you I could give them a hint, probably on Steam, playing Lost Soul Aside. But Death Singer, let them know where they can find you, buddy.
Yeah, it was a great show, you know. It was great ideas. Go get yourself a PC. I'm gonna put it out there, you know. It's time. But you know, I will be playing Lost Soul Aside, so you can find me playing that, because that's gonna be a banger. Shout out to whoever makes it. I can't remember who made it. You can find me.
Yang Bing made it.
He just can't wait for his waifu skin mods.
Hey, I mean, I can't wait for the mods, because the mods are going to pop off. So shout out to the modding community. Lost All Aside, get on that, because, you know.
The thing is...
Have the reviews came out for that yet?
I'm sure.
Destinger, you joke, right? But I did say, if PlayStation do day-date PC, like on everything, bro, I'm going out, I'm spending 4 or 5K, and I'm going to build the best fucking rig I can do. And just be done. I remember I read a comment, someone said, Nib, the Pony General, if he goes and build a PC, it's over for PlayStation.
That's true.
I mean, people like Porter Rock and whatnot are already singing the doom and gloom. So, I mean, the PlayStation guys are starting to get it. And if it does go day and date, you may as well just get yourself a PC. Just forget console. If PlayStation ever goes day and date, just build yourself a PC,
bro.
Never say never.
Nib, I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice. Go all out on everything except for your GPU. You don't need to spend. You don't need to get the latest and greatest, especially with the way the prices are. You're probably gonna end up spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on the GPU alone. So get the very best AMD CPU that's out there. You're looking at like your 3D cache AMD CPUs, like the
I'll just drop you a DM.
7900.
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, you're gonna want that, because never go Intel, because Intel is garbage. Always go AMD. And also, bear in mind, you don't necessarily have to go NVIDIA. If you really enjoy ray tracing, go NVIDIA. But if you don't really care about ray tracing, AMD is cheaper, and their cards are pretty competitive.
Go NVIDIA.
Guys,
NVIDIA generally, for the most part, better drivers, more free.
Go NVIDIA.
I just want the best of the best at
then
like.
Then
I don't want to
NVIDIA.
waste money, but yeah.
If you want the best of the best, just get yourself like a I don't know what would be a good I don't know what's available. I would say a 4090 if it's available.
Good. Well, that's the problem. Good luck now finding one.
Yeah, good luck trying to find one because I was looking and I was like, hang on a minute, why can't I find this freaking card? And so, good luck to you. But hey, I mean,
let's see what RDNA say. You never know.
Slow-mo, you've encouraged an extra 20 minutes on the show. Slow-mo, I just want you to know that.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is what happens every time.
All the PC gamers popped up. They're like, yes, Tim, come on.
Also, I'm not going to slate Nib over playing games during the podcast because I'm doing it.
Well,
I have a game. I have the podcast on my second monitor.
I would like to let you know that there is a CrossFire conduct rules and regulations. You guys broke rules 1 and 2, but we'll let it go tonight. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wait, what's rules 1 and 2?
Don't play games during the podcast. That's 1 and 2. Yes, it's amazing. No, I joke. Back in the day, we've been doing. Slow-mo knows this. I've been doing this since 2013. Back when before everybody had a podcast, there was only a couple, right? And then people would all come on, and people would be playing games, and then someone would go, "I'm making this up." I go, "Slow-mo, eatings," right? I go, "Hey, Slow-mo, what do you think about the new Borderlands 4 game?" He'd be like, and he wouldn't even answer, and then he'd come back and go, "Wait, say the question again, Mooch. I didn't hear you." Right?
Clicking and clacking. That's all you hear.
You can hear the whole thing with the sticks going.
I'm so glad my wife doesn't listen to this podcast, because if she knew, she was like, wait, you're talking like this while you're playing games, and when I speak to you, you can't do fuck all at the same time.
Right? She's probably like, why can't you pay attention to me when I'm talking?
She'll be like, why don't you go marry Mooch?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, hey, listen, I told you, I'm coming over to England. I'm finding Nib. I'm going on vacation with him and his family. It's going to be great. Shout out to Glitzer. He goes, after all this PC talk, Mooch is going to need another vacation. I'm going over to Nib's, going to the restaurant. We're going to eat good. All right, listen, guys, have a great week, great weekend, too, coming up. Like Slow-mo said, go play some games. A lot of games coming out. Want to hear what you're going to say? I will be streaming over on Twitch, so hopefully you guys come over and see me over there. Check out Mag as well. Mag had to leave early, too. Shout out to the great Mag. He's doing so many things over there. I couldn't keep up with him. But yeah, please hit the like button on the way out, guys. We'll be back next Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Again, thanks for the super chats. Thanks to this amazing panel. Thanks to all you guys. We'll see you next Thursday. Peace out and good night.
Later, everyone.
Bye, PC.